Hi, Namaste. I'm Deknath Sharma, Partner and Executive Vice President of Cloud Solution and Analytics at InfoSmart Technologies Inc. Since 1998, InfoSmart has been providing IT consulting and human resource management services. Our expertise is in cloud solution development, cloud migration, IoT implementation, application and analytics solution development, and human resource management. InfoSmart is a partner company with TIBCO, Microsoft, Amazon, SAP, and Oracle. The company is headquartered in Shawnee, Georgia, with a branch office in India and planning to establish a branch in Nepal. Please visit infosmarttech.com to get the company's details. InfoSmart is looking forward to working with Nepalese community members, companies, and organizations. InfoSmart Technology is very proud to sponsor the American Society of Nepalese Engineers 2020 annual conference and appreciative to the organization for introducing our company among Nepalese community. As an active member of American Society of Nepalese Engineers and on behalf of InfoSmart Technologies, I hope you all have a good 13th annual conference. Thank you.
We are SSP Engineering and Consulting. We provide high-value engineering to our clients, and we are dedicated to our customers.
Hello, my name is Christian Center. As design manager at SSP Engineering, I strive to ensure each project is completed as efficiently as possible while keeping our focus on economics and quality.
Hi, I'm Manish Khanal. I'm a structural engineer for SSP Engineering and Consulting, and I'll make sure all your engineering needs are fulfilled.
And I'm Anurshad Karki, structural engineer here at SSP. We thrive on challenges and believe in making our clients' life easier.
We are reliable, energetic, and dedicated to our customers. We are SSP Engineering and Consulting.
Namaskar and good morning. My name is Sanjay Gajrel. As a General Chair, it is my great honor to welcome our distinguished guests, members, and friends of American Society of Nepalese Engineers, ASNEngr, in this 13th annual conference. First of all, I would like to thank the ASNEngr board for appointing me as General Chair for the conference and helping our conference organizing team in decision-making during the conference planning phase. Special thanks to incumbent ASNEngr President Thakur Dhakal and the past President Upendra Karna for their continued trust and support. I would also like to take an opportunity to thank all the conference steering committee members without whom the conference would not have been possible. Special thanks to conference co-chair Raju Joshi, technical chair Dr. Nipesh Pradhananga, and technical co-chair Pratishtha Pradhan Paudel. Let's give them a big round of applause. Without the trust from our sponsors, we couldn't have imagined organizing this conference. We would like to recognize our gold sponsors: FIF Engineering, SSP Engineering and Consulting, K&A Engineering Consulting, AMA Engineering, Sherwood, Logan and Associates, InfoSmart Technologies, Inc. As silver sponsors, we have SK&D Contracting, Intertech PSI, UNS Engineering, Ghimire and Associates, Quartet Engineers, Shangri-La Engineers, and Stupa Homes. We also have Strauss Consulting Inc. as other sponsors. Besides, we received generous contributions from many other donors. Let's give them a big round of applause. Many thanks to representatives from our local chapter, Greater Houston chapter, Greater Washington DC chapter, and Greater Chicago chapter. We would also like to thank our media partner, eneplease.com, for helping us spread our message and live streaming this event. We encourage you all to share our live streaming in your social media for broader visibility. Many thanks to volunteers who supported the conference in many ways, and a very special thanks to Sharad Shrestha, who will be helping us in streaming the virtual conference. Our conference theme, Creating Resiliency and Sustainability by Engineering and Technology Advancements, is considering COVID-19 situation and environment degradation. And you will find our technical sessions geared towards it. Raju Joshi will inform you about the logistics of the conference, and Dr. Nipesh Pradhananga and Pratishtha Pradhan Paudel will elaborate on the conference program. In the past, we had conferences in Chicago, Georgia, Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, Texas, Arizona, Colorado, and California. This is the very first time we are organizing a virtual conference. These conferences have helped us energize and encourage engineers, technologists, academia, and entrepreneurs across US and Canada to come forward and work for the common objectives to promote professional growth and advancement of individuals with Nepali background and interest in Nepal, and facilitate scientific education, research, training, experience sharing, technology transfer for the benefit of humanity. I am hopeful that it will continue to grow. I would like to give you a very brief overview of our conference program. Today, we have 5 sessions that include conference opening with invited guest speakers, a plenary session with keynote and invited speakers, and 3 technical sessions. Tomorrow, there will be 3 more technical sessions along with entrepreneurship panel. I sincerely hope you will actively participate in our 2-day conference. At this stage, I would like to invite our General Co-Chair, Raju Joshi, to highlight on the conference logistics. Thank you for your participation.
Good morning and namaste, everyone. This year, due to COVID-19 pandemic, we are hosting this conference virtually. I hope all of you are safe and healthy. I would like to quickly outline the logistics of this conference. This conference will run for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Sanjayji has already outlined the number and types of sessions we will have during this conference. We have several breaks during this conference as outlined in our program. This conference is currently virtually streaming via Facebook Live on our American Society of Nepalese Engineers Facebook page, innepalese.com, and we also have attendees using our Zoom webinar link. For every session, if you would like to ask a question to the presenter, please do so by using our Facebook Live, innepalese.com, and also in our Zoom webinar Q&A section. After every session, the presenter will answer your questions. If the presenter does not answer your question due to the time constraint, we will publish all the Q&A in our website after this conference. With that, I would like to again welcome all of you to our 13th annual conference. And now, I would like to invite our conference technical chair, Mr. Nipesh Pradhananga, to outline the conference technical program overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajuji. Namaste and welcome everyone. This is Nipesh Pradhananga and I am the technical chair for the conference. Firstly, I would like to thank the conference technical committee for helping us with the review process. We are glad to have received very high quality presentations from a diverse engineering background this year. We also have presenters who are presenting from different parts of the world. We have categorized the presentations into 6 technical sessions based on their themes. The themes range from the aftermath of the 2015 earthquake, robotics, automation and AI, innovative construction methods and technologies, infrastructure management and society, building material, water resources, and environment. We have scheduled 3 technical sessions for today and will return tomorrow for the other 3 sessions. I hope you enjoy the presentations. With that, I would like to invite Pratishtaji to speak about the entrepreneurship panel that will be hosted after the technical sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nipeshji. Hello and namaste. It has been my pleasure to serve as a member of the conference organizing committee. I would like to applaud for the months of hard work behind the scene by the conference technical chair and all other conference committee members. Tomorrow, Sunday, at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the United States, I will be moderating the entrepreneur session of this conference. We have 6 Nepalese engineers participating as the panelists. All of them are recognized professionals who have successfully established engineering business in the United States, from civil engineering design and construction, information technology to energy sector. We hope this panel discussion will energize Nepalese engineers and scientists around the globe to start their own business and create employment opportunity for others. Please join us tomorrow for the entrepreneur session panel discussion, followed by the Q&A session. Hopefully, this will prove to be an excellent opportunity for all the professionals as well as students to explore potential future opportunities and help them learn how to start a business. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Pratishtaji. Good morning and namaskar. My name is Thakur Dakal, President, American Society of Nepalese Engineers. This is my great pleasure to welcome chief guests, keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, Zoom participants, and all the viewers in our social media pages around the globe in American Society of Nepalese Engineers 13th Annual Conference. Great to see you all in this virtual platform. We are very grateful to the conference organizing committee, particularly Dr. Sanjay Gajurel, Raju Joshi, Dr. Nipesh Pradhananga, Dr. Pratishta Pradhan, who have put together an engaging program, and behind the scene, there are many more people involved in logistics, website, media, fundraising, working in background for the last 6 months. Congratulations, all of you, and thank you. As a president of American Society of Nepalese Engineers, I would like to shed some light on what our organization is and where we are headed. American Society of Nepalese Engineers was established in 2007 as a non-profit organization to promote professional growth and advancement of individuals in Nepalese background and interest in Nepal. We are awarding merit award to 1 engineering student from each university in Nepal since 2013 and 1 graduate student research fellowship since 2018. We have published position paper on earthquake preparedness and disaster relief in Nepal, and in the process of publishing another one in flood. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with various organizations in Nepal and financially supported our partners and people of Nepal during earthquake and flood disasters. We have also supported ANSET in training program to municipal engineers on seismic evaluation. We have more than 500 members in the USA and Canada. Members include student, member, senior, and fellow. All except student have regular and life category. We are growing every day. In 2020, since I took office, we grew 11% in membership, 22% in fund, and 56% in social media. Most notably, we held conferences every year. We had done 12 annual conferences before, and this is the 13th annual conference of the society, and this is a very important milestone. We are looking forward to expand our membership outside of the North America. We have started working on publishing magazines, interested in expanding scholarship and awards, working on publishing flood position paper. We want to reach out to international engineering, Nepali engineering professionals to make a better impact in Nepal and abroad. We have created an online platform called Near Nepal for Nepalese engineers, researchers, academia, and in the USA and beyond. We will raise fund and identify more program and project to connect Nepal, launch seminar and a webinar for sharing knowledge and experience. We have also started student database collection in the US and will work on professional census in the near future. To conclude, again, I thank you for taking your time to attend this conference. We have great keynote and plenary speakers, a lot of speakers participating from around the globe, and hope experience and knowledge they share will be very useful in our life and for the development of Nepal as well as for the betterment of the humanity. Now, I would like to introduce you Society's immediate past president, Dr. Upendra Lal Khanna. Thank you and dhanyavad.
Good morning and namaskar. Honorable Chief Guest, Ambassador Dr. Arjun Karki, respected invited guest, Mr. Samyukta Shrestha, Sony UAK President, and valued keynote and invited speakers. On behalf of American Society of Nepalese Engineers, it is my great privilege to express a vote of thanks to all of you on this 13th annual conference. Thank you all for accepting our invitations and joining hands with us for a better tomorrow. I, Upendra Khanna, as an immediate past president of this society, on behalf of American Society of Engineers fraternity and the conference committee, would like to extend hearty vote of thanks to all presenters, sponsors, and participants for sharing their knowledge and opinions to make a better society tomorrow. Would also like to thank you all session chairs who would be conducting all 6 technical sessions in the next 2 days successfully. It is believed that you all would enjoy and benefit from this conference, including some experience from the entrepreneurial session. We also like to express our sincere thanks to all volunteers to make this virtual conference in reality and our IT and media persons for visibility. Now, I take this opportunity to note some of the relevant contributions that I was honored to make during my presidency in 2018 to 2020 for the society. Conducted Denver and Chicago conference, established Chicago chapter, Denver chapter is on the way. Contributed financial support for the flood disaster relief in Nepal, helped setting up a computer lab in Jajarkot in Nepal, collected and helped disaster relief for the COVID-19 to 5 students here in the USA, established and coordination program with SONE UK, extended society's visibility in Nepal significantly, became a sole sponsor for a 2-day earthquake training program for engineers that was conducted by NSET, sponsored a training program for municipal engineers with LCC and Fulbright, conducted various presentations in Nepal, and had a coordination meeting with Nepal Army, EC Mode, NEA, SCAF, and NEC for joint knowledge transfer. Society became a first ever partner for an international conference, participated as knowledge partner of Third International Conference on Resilient Infrastructure in Nepal. 200 delegates from 35 countries attended this conference. A joint understanding was established by the presidents of American Society of Nepali Engineers, NEA, NSET, SCAF, and SONA to have a joint international conference in Nepal in the future. Through technical committee, we established 2 subcommittees on research and education and professional training to establish our broadened technical horizon. After a broader request by Nepal officials, a special committee was established to prepare a flood position paper for the condition in Nepal, as it is a major annual disaster in Nepal. Now, I would like to share a glimpse of flood position paper that we are working on. I am honored to chair the special committee and contribute on this important task. Experts as volunteers from USA, Canada, Nepal, and around the world are contributing for this position paper. One of our volunteers, Dr. Mandira Shrestha from Nepal, is a guest speaker at this conference. At the end, I cannot thank you enough to all of you for your involvement and participation during this difficult time. We wished to see you in person. However, due to pandemic, this year it was not possible. We wish you for your good health and expect to see you next year. Thank you all and dhanyavad. Namaskar.
Thank you, Namaskar. Thank you, Karnaji. Namaskar again, and I would like to introduce now Dr. Arjun Kumar Karki, His Excellency Dr. Arjun Kumar Karki, Ambassador of Nepal to USA. Dr. Karki is the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Government of Nepal to United States of America. He is also Ambassador Designate to Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Guyana. Dr. Karki has more than 20 years of experience in international relations, international diplomacy, international negotiations, conflict mediation, peace building, and development cooperation at the local, national, and regional and global level. I am so pleased to introduce Dr. Karki. Dr. Karki, you are on.
Thank you, Thakurji. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to join you this morning. President of American Society of Nepalese Engineer Thakur Dhakalji, past President Dr. Upendra Karnaji, honorable guests who are joining us from Nepal, guest speakers, invited speakers, and all distinguished members of American Society of Nepalese Engineers based here in the United States. I would like to thank all of you for organizing this very important event. This is not only your annual conference, but also you are coming together to discuss about how American Nepalese engineers can work together, not only among yourselves, but also supporting Nepal and Nepalese engineer back home. I'm very much impressed and I really appreciate your endeavor. Namaste, यहाँहरु सबैलाई म नेपाली दूतावासको तर्फबाट मेरो व्यक्तिगत तर्फबाट हार्दिक धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। तपाईहरुले आज बिहान मलाई निमन्त्रणा गरेर तपाईहरुको यस महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रममा भाग लिने मौका दिनुभएकोमा यहाँहरु सबैलाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। हाम्रो आदरणीय अतिथिहरु जो हामीलाई नेपालबाट जोइन गरिराख्नु भएको छ हामीसँग, उहाँहरुलाई पनि म मेरो व्यक्तिगत तर्फबाट र दूतावासको तर्फबाट हार्दिक धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। साथै हाम्रो अमेरिकन सोसाइटी अफ नेप्लिज इन्जिनियर्सका साथीहरु जसले अमेरिकामा बसेर पनि नेपालमा समस्या भएका बेला खास गरी म यहाँहरुसँग मेरो कार्यकालमा यहाँहरुले गर्नुभएका महत्त्वपूर्ण कामको सम्झना गर्न चाहन्छु, किनभने म मेरो कार्यकालको अन्तिम चरणतिर आइपुगेको छु। चाँडै नै म राजदूतको हैसियतबाट बिदा भएर नेपाल फर्किने क्रममा छु। यहाँहरुले आयोजना गर्नुभएका सबै महत्त्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रमहरुमा मैले सहभागी हुने मौका पाएँ र अमेरिकामा बसेर पनि यहाँको प्रविधि, यहाँको शिक्षा हासिल गरेर र तपाईहरु मध्ये धेरैजना अमेरिकामा माइग्रेट भएर अमेरिकी नागरिक बनेर पनि नेपालको विकासको लागि यहाँहरुले जुन चिन्तन गर्नुभएको छ, जुन चासो देखाउनु भएको छ र जुन किसिमले सानो रूपमा भए पनि यहाँहरुले योगदान पुर्याउनु भएको छ। नेपालका नगरका प्राविधिकहरुलाई उहाँहरुको क्षमता विकास गर्नका लागि भयो, नेपालका इन्जिनियरिङ स्टुडेन्टहरुलाई उहाँहरुको क्यापासिटी बिल्डिङमा सपोर्ट गर्ने कुरामा भयो, साथै नेपाल सरकारलाई पनि विभिन्न समयमा यहाँहरुका क्षेत्रगत विशेषज्ञताका विषयमा जुन यहाँहरुले सुझाव सल्लाहहरु दिने गर्नुभएको छ, त्यसका निम्ति पनि म यहाँहरुलाई हार्दिक धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। त्यसमा नेपाल सरकारको तर्फबाट, नेपाली दाजुभाइ दिदीबहिनीहरुको तर्फबाट र हाम्रो दूतावास परिवारको तर्फबाट यहाँहरुलाई हार्दिक कृतज्ञता पनि ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छु। म तपाईहरुले जुन अमेरिकामा आएर विश्व स्तरको जुन क्वालिटी एजुकेसन तपाईहरुले पाउनु भएको छ, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय स्तरको प्रविधिसँग तपाईहरु जुन हिसाबले परिचित हुनुभएको छ, त्यो तपाईहरुको ज्ञान, सिप र प्रविधिसँगको पहुँचबाट नेपाल र नेपालीले पनि फाइदा लिन सकुन् भन्ने हामी आशा गर्छौं। साथै म यहाँहरुलाई के अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु भने जसले नेपालका दुर्गम पहाडी पाखा पखेराहरुमा बसेर आफ्नो इन्जिनियरिङ सिपहरुको अभ्यास गरिराख्नु भएको छ, उहाँहरु क्षमतावान भएर पनि तपाई हामी जस्तो अमेरिका जस्तो ठाउँमा आएर ज्ञान सिप हासिल गर्न सक्नु भएको छैन। उहाँहरुको प्र्याक्टिकल काममा यहाँहरुको प्रविधि र ज्ञानहरुको एउटा संयोजन हुन सक्यो भने यहाँहरुले आफ्नो नियमित दैनिक कार्य गर्दा गर्दै आफ्नो देशमा रहेका प्राविधिक इन्स्टिट्युसनहरु, विश्वविद्यालयहरु, त्यहाँका प्राध्यापकहरु, त्यहाँका प्र्याक्टिसनरहरुसँग यहाँहरुको सम्बन्ध भयो भने यसलाई हामी कूटनैतिक भाषामा चाहिँ पिपल टु पिपल कोअपरेसन अथवा पिपल टु पिपल डिप्लोमेसी, तपाईहरु कति अमेरिकी नागरिक बन्नुभएको छ र हाम्रा नेपाली नागरिक इन्जिनियरहरु को बिचमा र अमेरिकी इन्जिनियरको बिचमा नेपाली ओरिजिनका अमेरिकन इन्जिनियरहरू मात्रै नभएर समग्र अमेरिकन इन्जिनियरहरूसँग नेपाली इन्जिनियर र इन्जिनियरिङ इन्स्टिट्युसनका कामलाई जोड्ने जस्तो महत्त्वपूर्ण कामहरू पनि यहाँहरूले गर्न सक्नुहुनेछ भन्दै यहाँहरूको 13th एनुअल कन्फरेन्सको पूर्ण सफलताको कामना गर्छु र यहाँहरूले विभिन्न थीमेटिक इस्युजहरूमा जुन कार्यक्रमहरू आयोजना गर्न गइराख्नु भएको छ, बहस छलफलहरू गर्न गइराख्नु भएको छ, त्यसमा नेपाललाई र नेपालीलाई पनि फाइदा पुग्ने, नेपालको पूर्वाधार विकासमा सघाउ पुग्न सक्ने खालका विषयहरूमा समेत छलफल गरेर तपाईहरुको बीचमा नभएर मात्रै नभएर नेपाल सरकारलाई पनि यहाँहरू सुझाव र सल्लाह दिन सक्नुहोस् भन्ने कामना गर्दै यहाँहरूबाट बिदा हुन्छु। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, Dr. Karki. Thank you so much for making yourself available in short notice from out of your very busy schedule. So we'd like to thank you. And now we have guest from the UK, President of Society of Nepalese Engineers in UK, Samyukta Shrestha. I would like to introduce him in this conference.
As respective members and all participating friends of the 13th annual conference of the organization. Humbled by the society's offering me to speak a few words on today's important day for all Nepalese engineers living or working in the United States. I would like to extend warm regards on behalf of all Nepalese engineering friends from the United Kingdom. As concerned about Nepal's short and long-term necessities that have potential engineering solutions, which all of us from abroad can assist with technical and academic contributions, a conference like this is a perfect melting point for all our individual and community-wide expertise, interests, and emotions, channelized through publications, presentations, and further discussions. Nepal as a country stood out in the global map as one of the most resilient national populations in the world, especially after the 2015 earthquake. Supported by non-resident Nepalese communities worldwide, Nepal as a nation has been able to resurrect many of its issues concerning infrastructure and access to technology. In the aftermath of the earthquake, people have reacted significantly for the preservation of tangible heritage, including World Heritage Sites and historical indigenous settlements. Within half a decade of this ongoing learning, we are destined to join the struggle against a global pandemic, which is yet unresolved crisis due to COVID-19. What are the feasible initiatives that we can engineer and imagine for Nepal, as well as a country like USA and UK, where the Nepalese population is ever growing, along with their engineering, innovation, and entrepreneurship? How can we envisage and manage trailblazing projects? How can we appropriately reinforce traditional building practices with advanced building technologies and materials from the West? And on the other hand, what is stopping us from introducing Nepal's indigenous knowledge that has been historically modeled for earthquake resilience for the contemporary building principles in the West? How can we deploy artificial intelligence and even advanced robotics in improving the resiliency and sustainability of our infrastructure, thus safeguarding valuable human lives? These are some of the questions in my mind in the wake of all important discussions and debates that today's conference and its proceedings may garner in the many days, months, and years to come. On behalf of the Society of Nepalese Engineers in the UK, I'm Samyukta Shrestha, the chairman of the organization, wishing you the 13th Annual Conference of American Society of Nepalese Engineers a great success. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Samyukta Shrestha. Now, we are at the point here to distribute society awards. First of all, you know, every year we give Outstanding Performance Award to a member of the society who has contributed significantly toward the progress of the society. And we always give a Society Leadership Award for the outgoing president. So I would like to introduce Madan Baral. Please, technical team, please bring him up. I want to distribute award to him. All right. This year's Outstanding Performance Award goes to Madan Baral, PMP, PE. He is right here in front of you. The award reads, Outstanding Performance Award. The American Society of Nepalese Engineers, ASNEngr, awards this Outstanding Performance Award to Madan Baral, PE, PMP, for his outstanding contribution and dedication in organizing 12th annual conference of ASNEngr and formation of Greater Chicago chapter of ASNEngr in 1929. So it was presented in November 23, 2020. Congratulations, give him a round of applause. Thank you. Now I want to introduce Society Leadership Award. Please bring Dr. Upendra Karna in front so that I would be able to distribute this award. Thank you, Dr. Upendra Karna. After a society's president retires, then every time the society's president retires or he becomes immediate past president, we give him a Society Leadership Award. The Society Leadership Award of American Society of Nepalese Engineers goes to Upendra Lal Karna, Dr. DENG PE, for his leadership and outstanding contribution during his 2018 and 2020 term as the President of American Society of Nepalese Engineers. Congratulations, Dr. Karna. Thank you for your exemplary work in the society. We hope you will continue to do this service to the society and Nepalese people. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Thank you. This opening session concludes here. We'll see you in plenary session. Thank you all.
Namaste. I am Yetnath Sharma, Partner and Executive Vice President of Cloud Solution and Analytics at InfoSmart Technologies Inc. Since 1998, InfoSmart has been providing IT consulting and human resource management services. Our expertise is in cloud solution development, cloud migration, IoT implementation, application and analytics solution development, and human resource management. InfoSmart is a partner company with TIBCO, Microsoft, Amazon, SAP, and Oracle. The company is headquartered in Suwannee, Georgia, with a branch office in India and planning to establish a branch in Nepal. Please visit infosmarttech.com to get the company's details. InfoSmart is looking forward to working with Nepalese community members, companies, and organizations. InfoSmart Technology is very proud to sponsor the American Society of Nepalese Engineers 2020 annual conference and appreciated to the organization for introducing our company among Nepalese community. As an active member of American Society of Nepalese Engineers and on behalf of InfoSmart Technologies, I hope you all have a good 13th annual conference. Thank you.
We are SSP Engineering and Consulting. We provide high-value engineering to our clients, and we are dedicated to our customers.
Hello, my name is Christian Center. As design manager at SSP Engineering, I strive to ensure each project is completed as efficiently as possible while keeping our focus on economics and quality.
Hi, I'm Manish Kanal. I'm a structural engineer for SSP Engineering and Consulting, and I'll make sure all your engineering needs are fulfilled.
And I'm Anurshak Karki, structural engineer here at SSP. We thrive on challenges and believe in making our clients' life easier.
We are reliable, energetic, and dedicated to our customers. We are SSP Engineering and Consulting.
Ramesh, you are ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready, but I don't see the title of presentation, but that's all right. Do we have title for presentation for these speakers? Good morning. This is Ramesh Malla. I'm at the University of Connecticut, professor in civil and environmental engineering. Regarding the society, I had a privilege and honor to be the founding president of the society and serve as a society president for the first 5 years. This is my distinguished pleasure to introduce some of the plenary session keynote speakers for today's presentation. We have 6 distinguished presenters for the plenary sessions. I will be introducing 3 of them. The other 3 will be introduced my co-chairs for the plenary session, Mr. Jagannath Gimire of Houston, USA. It's my great pleasure to introduce the first plenary session speaker, distinguished speaker, Dr. Sasidhar Joshi. He is Dean of Institute of Engineering in Nepal, Pulcho campus. He is also a professor of electronic and computer engineering. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Joshi to give his presentation. And just for the information, we have 20 minutes for each speaker, including the question answer and introduction. We would greatly appreciate if you could have presentation for 15 minutes and leave other time for question answer. Thank you very much. Professor Joshi, the forum is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Malla. Okay, let me share my slide. I think you can see my screen.
Yeah, we could.
Okay, good morning in the United States and good evening in Nepal, in Kathmandu. So I'm talking about the application of artificial intelligence in Nepal. So I'm already introduced and I work as a visiting professor in Sark University in India. Okay, let me go because these things are already introduced, so I don't want to spend more time in this. Okay, so briefly, let us say, because I like this picture quite a lot when I talk about artificial intelligence. So it's a branch of computer science. So it talks about the intelligent behavior, learning and adaptation in machine. So it's a very quite big domain. We have a machine perception, we have a machine learning, we have a NLP. We talk about knowledge representation and reasoning, automated planning, intelligent robot. So what we are doing in Nepal, I'll talk a little briefly what has been done. So before than that, I think this may be a good slide, which talks about Government Artificial Intelligence Readiness Index 2019. So our Nepal position is 88th position. Number one is Singapore. So this is the AI Readiness Index. Okay, now let me talk about what are the application of artificial intelligence in Nepal. So I have categorized 4 categories. One is the robotics, another is in medical, disaster management, and agriculture. So let me just talk AI in robotics. So in our Institute of Engineering Pulcho campus, we started Robotic Club in 2001. There is a Robotic Association of Nepal. And one activity is the robot delivering food to COVID-19 patients successfully. That was tested as Tribhuvan University Teaching Hospital in Maharajganj. Another good work, it has been done in National Innovation Center, that is the Nepal Medical Drone, bring healthcare to Himalayas. And Dr. Poon also is going to deliver his keynote address. Another is the Nepal Flying Lab, which talks about the aerial map. So this is a restaurant, what is called Nolo, is a robotic restaurant, and it is becoming quite popular even in this pandemic situation. A lot of people, they regularly go to this restaurant, and the student from the same institute, from my department, actually they developed this robot. And when we talk about this robotic Nolo restaurant, they do have waiter robot, they have business assistant human robot, and another is the chat robot. And the waiter robot that is exported to United States also, I don't know the how many quantities. They are planning to import a couple of robots when I talk with them. And this is the robot developed by NAST, so Nepal Academy of Science and Technology. So what it does is it does the greeting, it checks mask. So if somebody is not wearing the mask, then it will give the mask. It will provide the sanitizer. It will check the temperature. If temperature is high and it doesn't allow to enter inside the nest. So this is another robot what is developed. This is a nursing robot developed. So this is for medical applications. This is another, so that is for medical supply robot. And let me talk a few things about the application of artificial intelligence in medicine. So there are groups who are working about the automatic spine curvature estimation from X-ray image. And the group they are working, AI people with medical doctors, and they have developed a few software also. So this is one application. Another, this I'm also working in this. So it's an automatic screening system for diabetic retinopathy. So these are the basic features. So I don't want to go detail because due to the time constraint. Okay, now let me talk to you about my own research because I work in particle tracking velocimetry. It's a computational fluid dynamics research. And my job is to develop the software basically. And this particle tracking velocimetry, it quantifies the displacement of individual dynamic particle between two and more images. So I have applied this in the case of medical imaging. So this was first proposed by Professor Adrien in 1991. So this is a basic image. These are the particle and the single threshold binarization is done. So this is the example of overlap of 4 sequential frame, and the same concept, it was applied in the design of Shinkansen in Japan. So I'm working with with a professor. We are jointly conducting research with my Japanese friends. So it was developed by Kobayashi in 1989. So this is just a simulation of the movement of the particle. This is the so this I have taken from NASA measurement lab. So we have a laser source, we have a nozzle, the particle, it will be there. There is a cross correlation camera, and we have to take the photo at different time. As you can see, time t0, then time t0 plus delta t. And we have to identify the particle from first image to second image and draw the velocity and vorticity diagram. So this concept actually I have applied in medical imaging. So it's a fetus ultrasound image. So I'm just working, I haven't completed the work. This I'm doing joint research with a Japanese professor and some Korean counterpart also. So the basic concept in the fetus ultrasound image analysis. So I just started doing simulation using a quantum computer. It's a IBM quantum computer. So TensorFlow 2 is used. So I am making comparison using the faster RCNN and other comparison. So this is another part. And another application, that is AI in disaster management. So it does the analysis of satellite images, disaster news categorization, so disaster news categorization and that disaster news extraction from social media. And it does the flash flood forecasting. So another what we are doing is when there was an earthquake in 2015, so this part amateur radio operation after the earthquake. So just a snapshot of that. And there is the software is developed for satellite rainfall estimation, and this is used for flood forecasting. And what it does the flood map generation. So when the discharge level reaches the critical level, warning is generated in the system, and the system user generate a flood map following the warning message. So this is just a simple snapshot. This is the Bagmati Basin, and flood map is generated. So this is another case, observation of the flood map. And it has a warning system, so it will give the warning. Another application, what is done in Nepal, that is plant disease recognition. So IoT sensor deployed at the farm for sensing temperature, moisture, etc. And drone mapping of the smart agriculture, that is also developed, although it's somehow in a primitive stage. Another, that is an agricultural application developed, and there is a village, what we call is smart agriculture village. So this is just software what is developed. So that is for recognizing the plant disease. And the app is also developed in a mobile app is also developed. Okay, so thank you very much. And I would like to thank American Society of Nepalese Engineer for permitting and inviting me as a keynote speaker. Thank you very much. If you have any queries, please. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Professor Joshi. It's a great presentation. I really appreciated your time. We are open for questions for Dr. Joshi. If you have questions, either you could put in a chat, or you can raise your hand. Maybe we can have you answer. Put your question to Dr. Joshi. Just to begin with, I have one particular question, Dr. Joshi. This is great work in AI. Really appreciated your contribution to the research. The question I have is for infrastructure monitoring. As you know, our Nepal is a very extreme weather time to time. Now, infrastructure monitoring, like monitoring of bridges, monitoring of landslide, let's say, right, monitoring of in a remote area, some destruction, whether your technology been developed for those purposes.
There are a few activities going in this field, and I'm not so familiar because as I have already explained to you, I'm working in medical image processing mostly. Not in the application of IoTs in monitoring the breeze and civil engineering structures.
All right, thank you. We got one more question from audience here. Question is, does the flood sensor also record BOD, COD, and any impurities in the flood water?
I don't think so. That is not started. It just talk about the level of water and those measurement. I think it's not.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. The one more question I see here in the chat is AI has been established for flood prediction in Nepal yet?
That's what I talk because it's already started. Although the result, yeah, I think it's not so good result yet. But the people, they have already started for flood prediction in Nepal.
All right, thank you. I have been getting several questions now. The other question here is, we are working on flood position paper again. The question related to flood position paper. Can we collaborate with you to know how your technology works on flood management?
Sure. Actually, the flood management, as I have already told you, is not the field of my own research. But I can talk with the people who are working in this field, and we can have a collaboration in future. And I always welcome all these type of activities.
Oh, that's great. Good to know, Dr. Joshi. I have a couple, before our time runs out, I think we have time for a couple of more questions. A very good question coming here. Dr. Joshi, is there any commercial aspects in the Nepal's market, your AI technology?
One, somehow I can say it's a booming, is this waiter robot. And the team, they are, I think they have already exported one robot to United States also, this waiter robot. And those are the students from my own institute, actually, I taught them. I think there is a good market. I think so.
Right, good. One more question before we ran out of time. The one question, good one, Mr. Subhas Gupta, you asked here, is there any AI innovation hub in Nepal?
There is an innovation hub. I think Dr. Poon, he will explain, he will elaborate this matter in more detail, I think.
All right, thank you so much. I think we have one last question. Let me ask that anyway. We are running a little bit over time, but this is a good question. Dr. Joshi's good presentation. I think this is Vishnu Fualju most probably. Who are the Nepal government partners with you in aerial mapping?
Aerial mapping, I don't know exactly about that in aerial mapping, because this part is coordinated in civil engineering department and not in my electronics and computer engineering department.
Thank you so much. Before I end Dr. Joshi's presentation, I would like to acknowledge our audience who asked questions. Santosh Dakal, NP Pokhrel, Dr. Upendra Karna, Jion Raj, Subhas Gupta, Upendra Karna again, Vishnu Foyal. Thank you so much. And I would like to give the forum to my co-chair, Mr. Jagannath Gimire. Dr. Joshi, thank you so much for your presentation again. Let's keep in touch.
Thank you, Dr. Malla. It gives me much pleasure to attend this program. By the way, can you hear?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So as a past president of the society, I'm very honored to be here today. So today I would like to introduce Dr. Mahavir Poon. With his name, I don't have to give his much introduction because born and raised in Magdi of Nepal, and then having graduated from University of Nebraska, he took all the wireless technologies to remote districts in Nepal. So I'd like to I'd like to welcome and then give the forum to Dr. Mahavir Poon. So floor is yours, and you have 20 minutes to present. And at the end of your presentation, we're going to have some question answers. Dr. Poon, please.
Okay, thank you very much for this time. I would like to, give some of my thoughts or some information about some of these activities we are doing in Nepal through National Innovation Center. I haven't prepared any presentation because I am not an academic person. You know, we are just working here at the Innovation Center, and I think some of you know about what National Innovation Center is doing here in Nepal, but many of you may not know what is happening here at the Innovation Center. So I just would like to give you just a brief introduction about this Innovation Center that we have started here in Nepal, and also the activities that we are doing. So this is a new a new Innovation Center. It has been about 2 years since we started this here in the premise of Tribhuvan University, Kirtipur. We are working actually uh, here with a research center for applied science and technology because they have provided some space for us here to run this innovation center, which is very helpful. So let me tell very frankly, even if I am the chairman of this innovation center, I am not an engineer, I am not a scientist, you know, I am not innovator, let me tell frankly. But many people here in Nepal or abroad, they think that I am an engineer, they think that I am a scientist, they think that I am innovator. I have told them many times, I have told in many of these programs that I have given talk. I tell frankly that I am not an engineer, I am not a scientist, I am not a you know innovator, but I just happen to be like that. Even if you know I don't know anything about this activities. So why did we started this innovation center? Let me tell this. We started this innovation center not because we know how to start an innovation center, how to establish an innovation center, and how to run it. We don't know anything about how to establish an innovation center and run it. I have no experience. I can tell frankly. I am very honest. We don't know anything about starting an innovation center. The reason we started innovation center is because this is the need of Nepal. If we really want Nepal to exist as a nation, and if we really want, you know, to make Nepal a prosperous country, without innovation and research, no country in the world have become has become, prosperous. So that's why we started this innovation center, because this is the greatest need of Nepal. Many of you may think that Nepal needs to build highways, Nepal needs to build you know power lines, produce powers, Nepal needs to build universities, Nepal needs to build you know universities. Yes, that's true. We need to build everything, but we need to you know we need to nurture the innovative people of Nepal here in Nepal. and help them to become entrepreneurs, because it is the entrepreneurs who create the economy of any country. You can think about America. It is the entrepreneurs, the businessmen who create the economy of the country, and that economy helps them to become a prosperous country. But that's not happening in Nepal. That is why we happen to start this innovation center, and in the last 2 years we are learning, and we need help. We need great help, ideas actually, from people like you, to make this innovation center runs smoothly. So, and another thing I would like to tell is this is People's Innovation Center, because this innovation center is fully supported, 100% supported by people from all over the world. Nepalese people from all over the world, they are supporting us by you know donating money, by donating ideas, and they are supporting us by you know volunteering here as well. So this is a fully people's innovation center, and I would like to tell that this innovation center is built by the people, it is built for the people, and is managed by the people, because we don't have any support from any big donor organizations or any government agencies. We don't have any support because it's people support. So, how it is running? What is the goal then of the innovation center? The goal of innovation center is to create entrepreneurs and help them, to become entrepreneur and create the economy of Nepal, so that Nepal can be a prosperous country. That's the main goal. We're not, this is not a research center just like a, research center of MIT or Harvard University research center or something like that. The goal is to produce as many entrepreneurs as possible, so that they can create job opportunities, they can create a economy of country and make Nepal a prosperous nation. That's the goal. So how are we doing it? So we have a very simple process, very simple process. And the first thing, who qualifies for this, to work at this innovation center? Anybody who has ideas, innovative ideas that has potential, you know, to be commercialized, that has potential for that guy or that person to become entrepreneur, they will qualify for it. We don't ask for any academic qualification here to come and work at the innovation center. We never ask their academic background. We just look at their ideas, and we look at if their ideas have potential to be commercialized. If their ideas, through this idea, they can become, entrepreneur. If they that has potential, then we ask them to work here, and we don't have any age limit. Anybody, high school students or college students or college graduates or PhD, anybody can come here and work. And we are not limited to any specific field of research. In any field, if anybody can bring ideas in the field of agriculture or engineering or health or education or any business, anything, we accept a proposal on anything, any field, as long as their idea has potential to be commercialized. So that's the thing. Then, if their idea has potential to be commercialized, then we help them in 4 steps. The first step is we help them to develop their prototype, or we help them to develop the proof of concept of their ideas. To do that, we provide them full support. We don't provide any scholarship. We don't provide any grant. We don't call it grant or scholarship. We provide just full support. By full support, what we mean is they get as much money as they need to do their research, to develop the prototype. They need equipments, they need tools, they need materials. We provide. Doesn't matter if it costs $10,000 or $15,000 or $5,000, $1,000. We provide them that full support. Then we provide them tools and equipment. We provide them space. We provide them mentors, and we also provide them pocket money if they need it. So we just ask them to focus on their research. So if they become able to develop the prototype of that, their idea in the first step, then we take them to the second step. The second step is to help them to develop the commercial product or product development. So to do that also, we provide them full support, money, space, tools, mentor, pocket money, whatever they need. And then if they become able to develop the product, the sample of the product, then we help them to get their intellectual property right. It will be their intellectual property right. It will not be the intellectual property of National Innovation Center. So we help them to do that. So once they get that, then we try to connect them to the investor. That's the first step. We try to help them to get connected to the investor, because if we cannot get them connected to the investor, whatever we spend our energy, time and money to support them will be just waste. So that is why we are supporting them in 4 steps. And we have so far in the last 2 years we are supporting there are 33 projects in different fields they were working on. I will not go through that. You can go through our website. Our website is nicnepal.org. nicnepal.org. So so if you go through that, you can see the projects that our people, our innovators here are working. Then out of these 33 projects, about 5 of them were in their final stage. If the COVID had, lockdown had not started, we could have, developed some products, 4 or 5 products by now. But still, we have developed, right now, a few days ago, we developed a baby warmer. We have a sabji koti to preserve the vegetables. We have already developed feed for the chicken. Also, they are working on developing this uh, rice planting machine also. And so there are several projects they are working on, and we hope to produce maybe we have to develop hope to develop maybe 5 or 6 products within a few months. So that's what we are doing. And then when the lockdown started, we got a request from doctors from several hospitals asking us to develop the items that can help them to get protected from this the spread of the coronavirus. So that is why we started also developing COVID items, COVID response items. So far, in the last 8 months, we developed 13 different kinds of items that can help to protect the health worker here. We have been developing PPE. We have been developing robots. We have been developing face shield and ventilator, helping to repair the ventilator. We have been doing so many things. There are 13 different things. You can also look at those items that we developed during this COVID time, and we are distributing it free of cost. So far, we have distributed uh, about $400,000 worth of items, COVID items, to the people free of cost. For that, we are getting support from people all over the world, from Nepal and from all over the world. So we don't have to raise money for that. So that's what we are doing right now. You can go through our website again, and you can go to have a look at and see. And also, finally, what I would like to request to engineers association like you, like I said, I am not engineer. I wanted to be engineer when I was 18 years old, but that time I could not be engineers because I could not go to college that time. After completing my high school, my father didn't have money, and I couldn't go to college, and I became a teacher. I taught for 13 years in different schools in Chitawan. Then, luckily, I became able to go to study in America, University of Nebraska in America. That's the and so I couldn't become engineer. So what I would like to help is, every day we get requests from people by phone, or people come to the innovation center by themselves and ask us to develop something. So many things. They ask us to develop so many things. For example, people are asking us to develop asking us to develop a machine to make to produce soap, or people are asking us to develop uh, motorbike. People are asking us to develop so many things for their agriculture. For example, uh, people are asking us to develop things that can protect their farms. For example, monkey chasing devices, you know, or how to protect their crops from wild animals. So many requests we are getting every day from people all over. So, but we are not being able to help all of them. So that is why what I would like to request to engineers association is to you know provide your expertise in your field that can help us to you know nurture the innovative young people, school students or college students or whoever. I always expect some help. I mean, to mentor our people here, or to help us to design and develop something that people from all over Nepal ask us to develop. So I can send you a list. I can send you in your mailing list. I can send you a list of the things that people have asked us for help to develop for them. So we have a long list of that. So if you are from that field, so if you have the ideas, you can help. You can help as an organization, or you can help as an individual. So that's what I would like to request all of you. And finally, one thing I forgot to tell is, this innovation center is open 24 hours. We don't have any holiday. It's 365 days. Even during this, festivals or holidays, public holidays, it is open. People can come here anytime. If they have time to come here at night and work and develop something, they can do that. And I am also here available 24 hours. So that's how we are running. We are learning how to innovate things. We are learning how to make things work. So hopefully, in a few years, we will be, able to do something good for the nation, and we would also like your help as much as you can in different ways, because this is through Zoom. I know we can ask you questions and you can help us to to our, especially not me, to our innovators, because since I am not an engineer, I'm not a scientist, I cannot help the people who are working here. There are about 40, 50, 60, 70 people working here at different times. So you can also be mentor for our innovators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Poon. So it was really good information. As a chair of the National Innovation Center, is glad that you are working towards bringing prosperity to the country. It's a great work. I know you have been involved with these activities for a long time, and then you have done a very good job. So let's take a couple of questions. I think we got a few comments and questions. First, I want to read a commentary from one of the participants. He says, Mahavir sir, even though you are not an engineer by education, you are a great engineer, scientist, and innovator by your performance. Yeah, it was a really good comment. Thank you. And then another question I got, I think I got 2 or 3 questions, so I'm going to combine. Have you approached big institutions like USAID, UNIDO, or other business house for an institutional support? What is the main reason they say not for not supporting this model institution, and in how many locations do you have offices or innovation center in?
Okay, so like I said, this innovation center is funded by people of Nepal. We don't, for funding, we don't do any fundraising actually. We don't apply for any grants, you know, to any donor agencies. We haven't even, asked for help to our government also. The reason we don't ask, for funding to donors and government is because even if we ask for grant or for support, it's not going to come. You have seen we have donor agencies helping Nepal for so many years. The donor agencies are mainly focused on helping to develop some you know infrastructures in Nepal that can help them to you know um, increase their trade with Nepal. They are not interested. What I have found is most of the donor agencies are not interested in helping us to nurture our talented and innovative people here in Nepal. So that's why even if we ask them for support, it's not going to come from the donor agencies. They are not going to support the activities like we are doing here. So if by chance if somebody comes, that's okay. If they are interested by themselves and they want to come and help and work with us, that's okay. They are welcome. And even with the government is too busy with their work, so that's why we are not bothering the government to help us. We bother actually. I work. I tried to get some support. Actually, I tried to make the government involved at this innovation center for 4 years. I spent 4 years time without any gain, zero gain. That's why I also am not. We are not approaching the government as well. So that's why all the funding that is coming is from the people from all over the world, from Nepal, mostly Nepalese people. So that's one thing, and another thing is the where the branches. So far, we are here. We are working here at the Tribhuvan University premise in Kirtipur. They have provided us. We luckily we happened. We got we are lucky to get a space here. Before that, we tried to get a space at Pulchok Engineering College in Pulchok. They didn't provide us the space there. We tried to get a space at NAST. We spent about 1 year trying to get a space at Pulchok Engineering College and at NAST premise. We didn't get it. Then luckily we got premise here. So uh, so so we are working here. So as far as working with other right now, some uh, state provincial government, especially province number one, has we have signed an MOU with province number one to start a similar center at Manmohan Manmohan Polytechnic University in Biratnagar. So we already have signed that. They already have a space there. So I am going to Biratnagar in a 1 or 2 weeks, and we will start something there.
Dr.
So
Poon,
maybe within few
Dr.
months
Poon,
we will do that.
because of the
But
time.
other than that, you know, uh, no other government has shown interest.
Okay, so Dr. Poon, I got two questions. Can you take like very, less than 1 minute to answer?
Okay.
One is how big is your team? Approximately how many people are working on currently? And then another is uh, very much thankful to you that you have developed so many useful medical devices with your expertise and team during the COVID-19. But did you compete with key market competitors while launching your product in the market? What are the status of your products at the moment? So we are already over 5 or 6 minutes, Dr. Poon.
Okay. I will do it. Okay. So team, we have six board. We are six people in our board of National Innovation Center, executive board member, and to run this center, we have one CEO and one manager and one accountant. That's the for administration. But we have about 40 to 50 people most of the time working here in different ideas here. They are not the staff. They are not the employee of this center. They are the innovators. They work on their ideas and we support them. Also, so far we have just we have been able to launch this baby warmers. We are sending it to the market. So we have been already completed this chicken feed in Rampur Agriculture University. They have that's in the final stage, and another is sabji koti, and another is drone to deliver medicines. Those are almost in their final stage, and they have not been we have not been able. They have not been gone to the market, but within a few months they will be in the market as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Poon. And then I would like to note one thing that he has a request to the society that we work with him or like provide some support, technical support or whatever way. So all the executives or board of directors, if you are here, please note that. And then in the future, let's try to work together. And I would like to thank all the participants who put their questions here: Santosh Dakal, Vijay Aryal, Rajan Shrestha, and then Damodar Pangeni. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now let's move ahead with the next presentation. We are running out of time, running over time, and not out of time, but over time. I would like to request our speaker to limit their presentation maybe around 15 minutes, so that we can have another few minutes for question answers. Let's keep that in mind. I would like to introduce next speaker, our distinguished plenary session speaker, Dr. Binod Tiwari. He is Associate Vice President for Research and Projects, Sponsored Project at the California State University in Fullerton, California. He has almost 2 decades of experience in higher education, teaching, and research. He is, I would say, one of the rising star of our Nepali engineering and scientific community. And I'm very happy that he was actually served as technical chair for this conference several years early on. Early on at the conference, we worked together with him. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Binod Tiwari to give you his presentation. And his expertise, by the way, is in geotechnical engineering. Professor Tiwari, the platform is yours for presentation.
Thank you, Ramesh Tai. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, we do.
Good morning or good evening for those who are attending from Nepal. I'll present today our study on characteristics of blackened soil in Kathmandu Valley and its response to earthquake-induced seismic loading. As Ramesh Tai mentioned, I'm Binod Tiwari. I'm Associate Vice President for Research and Sponsored Projects and Chief Research Officer, and also Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering here at California State University, Fullerton. So first, I would like to thank the American Society of Nepalese Engineers for this opportunity. I also would like to thank these organizations that you can see on the screen and the individuals for their support in this study. I was actually fortunate to lead the US Geotechnical Extreme Event Reconnaissance team of over 20 scientists, practitioners, and professors, including the USGS officials. There are 6 major parts of this presentation. First, I will talk about 2015 Gorkha earthquake and incurred damage briefly, and then shear strength of soil, static and dynamic conditions. Then I'll talk about ground failure at blackened soil. Then I'll move forward with my talk to present, I'm sorry, to talk about the properties of blackened soil, and then detailed analysis of ground failure at low Kanthal area. That's one case study, and then I'll summarize at the end. So let's begin with the first part. The details of this part are presented in this report that you can see on the screen, and a few other journal articles that we authored. And I will be very brief while presenting this part. So we identified over 15,000 landslides triggered by the earthquake that were distributed from the epicenter of the main shock, that is at Barpak in Gorkha, to the on the left you can see, and on the right epicenter of the magnitude 7.3 aftershock, which is in Dolkha. So when we correlated those numbers that we got with the historic earthquake. So x-axis you can see here is the maximum peak ground acceleration, and y-axis you get the number of landslides. And then open the circles are for the entire landslides, including all boulders and all those small size landslides. But that is not significant for engineering purpose. What is significant for engineering purpose is the landslides larger than 100 meters square in size. So if you see the solid blue circles, then these are the records of the historic landslides recorded with the peak ground acceleration. So when you see the Gorkha earthquake that falls, the red diamond or triangle, or the red rectangle you can see there in the picture. So they align well with the historical earthquake. By the way, this chart was created by me a few years ago. This clearly shows that Gorkha earthquake, whatever number of landslides that Gorkha earthquake triggered, were not unusual compared to the historical earthquakes. Now let me move briefly. There were about 3,500 the moderate to large size earthquake landslides triggered by this earthquake. Although the ground acceleration at Kathmandu Valley was not strong enough to trigger massive liquefaction, we identified liquefaction cases at over a dozen of locations in Kathmandu Valley that you can see in this picture. The site were distributed throughout Kathmandu Valley, as you can see in this map. The other damages, other than the damages at hydropower sites, mainly due to landslides and rockfall debris, we did not detect serious damages. However, the Upper Tamakoshi hydropower project, the National Pride project, sustained a significant settlement of the entire dam body. This is a picture of Upper Tamakoshi hydropower station. This triggered my second visit to Nepal as an international panel of experts. And you can see in this picture all those panel of experts. And all 5 panelists, including me, were from the US, including Ed Idris, James K. Mitchell, and Bill Murkison. Those who are involved in ASCE, Bill Murkison was the ASCE president for a while. I'm glad that we were able to, there was about 19 centimeter settlement in the dam body. So we were able to run some analysis, spend 10 days in Kathmandu and provide, we were able to provide timely recommendation to the project team so that the civil work construction could resume on time. I'm very glad it is almost complete now. The roads were generally fine, although they were blocked by landslide and rockfall debris at many locations as you can see here. But there were few retaining wall that sustained small damages, but not massive. And bridges were, surprisingly, the bridges were also did not sustain massive damage, and they performed well. And all these information are available in our gear report that I showed in the beginning. During our eight-day-long helicopter survey, we were very fortunate to get support for USGS to have an 8-day-long, full-day-long helicopter survey. We identified many villages, mostly settled on ridges and mostly constructed as adobe type structure. They either got fully damaged, as you can see in these pictures, or partially damaged. And while the modern structures that even in those locations did not sustain fully collapsed situation, they were partially damaged. But however, in the urban buildings that we can see in Kathmandu mostly, like that, these buildings, they sustained a soft story failure, soft story collapse. Which is a typical effect of earthquake loading on buildings. It happened during 1994 Northridge earthquake as well. This is another spectacular failure that you could see in one of the apartment buildings. However, today's presentation will not focus on structural effects. So now let me switch gear a little bit to geotechnical investigation. After visiting many places in Kathmandu Valley for damage assessment, we observed that majority of the buildings on the site were constructed on black-cotton soil. So therefore, we collected soil samples from 4 different locations and characterized them in my lab in California. And the dynamic properties of those black-cotton soils are, part, not full, but part of this award-winning, journal article we published. This year, this journal paper got 2 ASCE awards, Collingwood Prize and Thomas Middlebrooks Award. So let me briefly explain, those who are not geotechnical engineers, let me briefly explain about the strength of soil and how such strength degrade during earthquake loading. Let's collect a soil sample from this site from 20-meter depth, let's say. When the groundwater is on the surface, the effective vertical stress is 100 kilopascal. Okay, when we bring the sample from this 20-meter depth and put that in our shearing machine, direct shear or direct simple shear machine, x-axis you have shear strain and y-axis you have shear stress. So the strength, let's say this is actual, actual soil, but let's say the strength you got, the maximum strength is of the soil is 32 kilopascal. So this is called on-drain shear strength of the soil. Okay, and the on-drain shear strength ratio is the ratio of the on-drain shear strength, that is 32, with the effective vertical stress, that 0.32. That is what we use for the design of geotechnical structures. Right? Now, if we apply seismic load on this soil, when you have earthquake, then that blue sinusoidal curves you can see there are seismic waves, and it has seismic stress, cyclic stress of about 20 kilopascal. So we call that cyclic stress ratio. The 20 over 100 is 0.2, right? When we apply that seismic load, along with the increase in the number of cycles that you can see here, number of loading cycles, the pore water pressure, consolidation pressure was 100 kilopascal. The pore water pressure increases with the increase in number of cycles. And then effective vertical stress decreases. That will reduce, that will lower the resistance of the soil. So this will eventually cause the reduction in the shear strength. Now, if we run same test right after the earthquake, and then the post-cyclic on-drain shear strength ratio drops significantly. In this case, it's about 21 kilopascal. So the ratio between the post-earthquake on-drain shear strength with the pre-earthquake on-drain shear strength will give us the degradation factor. So in this case, it's 0.66. So there is about 34% drop in shearing resistance. Geotechnical engineers didn't believe on that. Recently with a lot of our work, and we proved that it's not. People believe that during earthquake, it's only sand that cause liquefaction, and clays and silts are fine. That's not true. You can see that in this example. And then what we did was after we visited those sites, the strength drop in fine-grained soils during earthquake has caused a significant failure in the past. And we thought that could be the reason for few deformations, the ground failures in Kathmandu. So what we did was we evaluated the pre and post earthquake shearing resistance of black-cotton soil. That way the Nepalese engineers can use that data to design infrastructure in Kathmandu Valley. And then we applied that to evaluate seismic deformation of ground failure site in Kathmandu. So detailed evaluation of this site is presented in this paper that you can download from ASCE journal. In brief, what I can do is I can briefly go over those ground failure situations. So we observed ground failure at multiple locations in Kathmandu Valley. At a location along Arnico Highway near Lokantali, a road was damaged with more than 0.5 meter lateral deformation and 1 meter vertical deformation. So several houses got tilted due to a ground movement, and several hundred meters of the road was deformed. There were many visible cracks that you can see in the left side figure with a red broken line or the dotted line. And as you can see in the crack on the right side, the soil in that site was blackened soil. So to evaluate the possible cause of ground failure, what we did was we made many open pits there, and we conducted vent shear tests that you can see in this picture, and we collected soil samples from those ground failure sites, including the Lokantali, and also in Kalankistan, Shuchatar area. The type of the soil that we collected from the field are like that, as you can see, as you know, in Kathmandu Valley. And then we brought those soils for laboratory testing in the US. It was very difficult to get a USDA permission for that, but we were able to manage that. And these soils were brought to my lab in California, and we characterized them. We conducted many tests on those samples to evaluate both static and dynamic soil properties, and also index as well as the mineralogical composition. So you can see in this figure, x-axis is normal stress, y-axis is shear stress. So blue line you can see is the maximum strength of the blackened soil in Kathmandu when it is in the drained condition. But when the loading is on land, very quick loading, then the dotted line, the broken line, the orange broken line, you can see that is the strength of the soil at undrained loading, not the cyclic loading. When we have cyclic loading, it further drops down. And these are the properties of the soil. So I'll focus on few of them only here at the interest of time. The maximum shear modulus is a little higher than 120 megapascal. The fully softened shear strength was 24 degrees, and residual shear strength was 18 degrees. And this soil has a very, very important thing to note is this soil has elite and kaolinite as a major predominant clay mineral. The property of that mineral is very dangerous for the earthquake loading. And shear wave velocity was about 120 meter per second that we measured using our the Bender element test. We conducted highly sophisticated dynamic shear tests to evaluate the property of the soil during seismic loading. As you can see in this chart shows that after the double amplitude shear strand of 2% or 1% single amplitude shear strand, the soil shows significantly large deformation without much increase in shear stress. In other words, once it starts deforming, then you don't need to get huge earthquake push to have more deformation. So once the ground starts slipping, it will slip off. Okay, and as you can see in this figure, right, on the right, the number of cycles, in earthquake, academia, what we do is we cannot use, even though you have random ground motion information, we idealize that as the sinusoidal curve, and 7.8 magnitude earthquake has equivalent, cyclic stress, number of cycles of 20. And then as you can see in that, the cyclic stress ratio, this resistance of the soil during earthquake, during this magnitude earthquake is 0.15, the ratio is 0.5, so 0.15. That means if the effective vertical stress is 100 kilopascal, the cyclic resistance is only 15 kilopascal. Okay, so this shows
Dr.
that—
Tiwari, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, there's a 40% drop in cyclic stress ratio compared to static undrained strength ratio. I'll go quickly on this. So if you look into the cyclic deformation degradation, this blackened soil in Kathmandu degrades very quickly. So and then good news on the other hand is the damping ratio is pretty high. So for 1% shear strand, the damping ratio is close to 40%. That is the good news. What damping ratio does is it reduces the time of shaking, and then that helps the structure from getting further damage. So this blackened soil in Kathmandu dropped the strength after earthquake. As you can see, blue line is before earthquake, and the orange line is after the earthquake. Green line is, blue is before, orange is after the earthquake. There was about 18 to 28% loss in strength after the earthquake. So we put that all situation to evaluate the deformation in Erniko Highway, Kathmandu. All strength were put there, and we conducted a Swedish cone survey. We also conducted the event shear test at several locations, as you can see in this figure. And with the interest of time, I will move forward with the results. So what happened was, with the peak ground acceleration near that site was only 0.16 G. Okay, that was the maximum ground acceleration. Even with 0.2 G of ground acceleration, the factor of safety is more than 1. It should not slip. Okay, with 0.3 G of the seismic acceleration, the factor of safety dropped to 0.83. The reality is, because of the strength drop in that type of soil, it slid, even though the peak ground acceleration was only 0.16. Okay, these are the deformation we got, and what happened was, when we compared those deformation using FLAC model, what we found was the ground deformation was similar to what we got from the site. Now let me play this video that will show how the shaking came, and then how it deformed, and how it caused that ground deformation at 20-meter depth in Kathmandu Valley, in that Lokantari site in Kathmandu Valley. And now you can see the earthquake motion, and then slowly, it is deforming. I don't know whether you'll be able to see that on your screen, but if you wait for 1 or 2 more seconds, then you can see all those, deformation and the full figure of that. And then you can see all those bulging and cracks. The location matched perfectly with the field situation. So with this, now I'd like to summarize what we found in Kathmandu Valley. This seismic shaking level in Kathmandu Valley during 2015 Gorkha earthquake was barely enough to exhibit liquefaction and other, geotechnical hazards, but not, but it was large enough to cause. It was not large enough to cause the massive damage, but it showed, significant liquefaction cases in Kathmandu. The ranges of the soil properties that I showed today, both the static and dynamic shear strength properties of black earthen soil in Kathmandu Valley, is very useful for those practitioners in Nepal to use those values. Okay, and then even for different seismic shaking intensity that you can get from the code. Okay, as the dominant clay mineral are illite and kaolite, that is dangerous soil for seismic loading, and we have to be very careful. And the slopes, although gentle, near river banks in Kathmandu, where we have so many tall and expensive buildings that we are constructing, they are very vulnerable to a deformation. So we have to be very careful to do, the further analysis, whether they are stable during large earthquakes or not. With this, I want to thank you very much and for the opportunity, and I would be very glad to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari. A great presentation, great scientific results. Thank you for your contribution to Nepal. We're running out of quite a bit of time, but I would like to just a couple of questions here. One is did liquefaction create any damage in Kathmandu? And another, let's go for only 2 questions. Another is, what were the measures taken to repair the induced damages at the hydro projects you just mentioned? There are 2 questions. Let's go with 2 questions. Any more questions? Dr. Tiwari is at the California State University, Fullerton. His website is there. Please, let's do question and answer afterwards. But these 2 questions for you, Dr. Tiwari.
Yeah, these are great questions. The liquefaction, as I mentioned, liquefaction sites, about 16 sites we saw, 18 actually, we saw, were not big enough. Is that 0.16 G of the shaking? Seismic acceleration was not big enough to cause a big liquefaction damage in Kathmandu. But you see, that was good enough to tell people designers in Kathmandu that there is a strong potential to create a huge level of liquefaction in Kathmandu. So there was no massive damage, not great damage due to liquefaction, but that there could be. If the shaking intensity would have been 20% more than that, it could cause a significant damage in Kathmandu. So we were fortunate. The second question that is also extremely important, because when I was at site, we were, the authority were nervous. What happened? The dam site, settles uniformly by 19 centimeter. And when we went there, what we did was we took the design report and then we reevaluated the seismically in this settlement on that formation, because the foundation of that dam is it was created. The foundation was founded on the landslide debris. So we did seismically induced settlement calculation. We found that settlement, if we would have calculated that settlement beforehand, then that was expected. That settlement was about 70% of what we came up with. So it was expected. The only problem is that was not in the design report. Then this is something that I want to, if we have Nepalese government on authority or Nepalese academia listening to this, I would recommend any large scale projects that we are doing, we need to have external review, as we have in the US. We need to have external review panel to review the design. Mostly those panels are either highly experienced people or the academic professors. They will look into the design report and they will check the calculations, and then you have that revised design report. That way, if we would have that was obvious. That settlement was obvious, but but we were able to take measure very quickly and to assure the authority that it's not big deal. And then what we need to do in big projects in Kathmandu is we need to have emergency action plan. When we have big infrastructure in the US, we always need to have that before even the plan is approved for big projects.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation again. I'm sorry we're running out of time, so I couldn't ask all the questions here. I really appreciate the audience participants, several of them. I couldn't give the questions here. Please do communicate with Dr. Tiwari. He will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. I would like to give forum to my co-chair, Mr. Jagannath Gimire, for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malla. So next presenter or speaker is Dr. Sushil Adhikari. He is a professional engineer, alumni professor, and director of Center for Bioenergy and Bioproducts from Auburn University. So Dr. Adhikari, platform is yours. Please keep in mind, we got 20 minutes for total presentation and question answer. I will give you some warning, like a signal around 15 minutes or so. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sushil Adhikari. I'm a professor in the Department of Biosystems Engineering and the director for the Center for Bioenergy and Bioproducts at Auburn University. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the American Society of Nepalese Engineers for inviting me to present in this group. I hope to share the type of research that I do here at Auburn University and also give you an idea about the US energy consumption trend and the role of bioenergy in addressing climate change, and also give you with some thoughts about what the role of the bioenergy or the biofuels would be going forward in terms of addressing climate change. As a public university, our work has been focused on 3 prongs, primarily research, education, and outreach. When you look at some of these systems producing, let's say, bioenergy or biofuels from biomass, such as trees and grasses and waste, we look at the whole system, entire system. How do you grow biomass, how do you transport, how do you harvest, how do you pre-processing, and also what kind of pathways that can be used to produce biofuels, whether it is process, what we call thermochemical conversion, or maybe biochemical conversion process. And we also look at the impact in terms of job growth and the societal impact from these industries. And my research primarily focuses on what I call the thermochemical conversion of biomass, wherein we primarily use temperature presses to break down biomass into biofuels and biochemicals. These are some of the pictures that we have here at Auburn University to conduct the type of research that I do. In particularly, the picture on the top left is a pilot scale gasification system. And the picture on the right is a mobile gasifier. It is also used to produce gaseous fuels from biomass, such as, again, trees, grasses. But since this system is a mobile system, we also use extensively for outreach activities to talk about these technologies to high school students, maybe legislators, and other public in general, to talk about what the potential of these technologies are in terms of producing fuels and chemicals. The pictures on the bottom are the different types of reactors that we use to produce liquid fuels, such as gasoline and diesel from these biomass resources. Here in this slide, we see historical energy consumption in the US. As you can see, in 18th century, wood has been the dominant source of energy, and also before that. But very quickly in 19th century, maybe the 20th or even the 21st century, fossil-based sources such as coal, natural gas, and petroleum has been the dominant sources of energy here in the US. We see some growth of these renewable energy resources as over here, but it is growing. If you see, for the future trend, it is actually a fairly, significant growth. But this growth has been primarily driven by photovoltaic, solar energy, in other words, or wind energy. Whereas in the case of biomass, it remains almost flat, and so that is a little bit of a encouraging, for people like me who focuses research on converting biomass into biofuels. This particular slide gives you an idea about how much energy the US consumed, and also what are the different sources of energy being used to provide that total energy consumption. And as you can see from this pie chart, again, fossil-based sources such as petroleum, natural gas, and coal has been the dominant sources of energy, to drive our economy. Renewable energy in general is about 11% of the total primary energy consumption. As I mentioned in the previous slide, there is going to be some growth in this renewable energy sector. We have seen over the years the share of the coal has reduced and probably is going to remain fairly low, somewhere around 10 to 15% going further. Just to put into perspective, what these numbers mean. So if you compare the amount of energy that we consume in Nepal, for example, this is the data from 2015, we consume about 0.5% of what the US consumes each year. So meaning that the amount of energy that US consumes in a year would be sufficient for 200 years for Nepal, if the energy consumption rate remained the same. So also you see the amount of fuel, primarily gasoline or petrol, what we call, and diesel and aviation fuel. If you look at it, we consume about maybe 30 barrels per day, and so if you think about it, if we look at the typical biorefinery or biofuel plants, if we have about 7 or 8 of the plants that a typical size that we see in the US, that would be enough to meet all the demand in Nepal. So the next slide gives you the different contributors for the total greenhouse gas emissions. As we can see, transportation, industry, and electrical sectors are the major polluter, if you like to say, and agriculture and the commercial and residential sector remain on the range of 10 to 12% on the total carbon dioxide emission. And this slide gives an idea. If you were to address, in particularly wanted to reduce the carbon dioxide emission, it can see which sectors should we need to target. And obviously, when you look at these pie charts, it is obvious that one has to maybe focus on transportation sector or electricity production sector to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So again, this particular energy flow diagram is a favorite of mine, and this chart that I like mainly is because you could see what sector is contributing to what much among those different sectors. For example, if you look at it, transportation sector, 92% of the petroleum goes to the transportation sector. If you look at the coal, 91% of this energy goes to primarily for the power production. So if you were to think, if you were to replace coal, for example, the significant impact might be felt in power production, not so much in the transportation sector, not so much on the industrial sector, but primarily in the electricity production sector. And again, keep in mind that most of this electricity will be used in some of those sectors. But if you were to treat electric power as a one sector, significant amount of coal goes to that sector there. And when you look at the electricity generation, from different selected fuels, as I mentioned, the share for the coal will remain lower. Currently, 28% of the energy comes from coal in terms of the electricity generation. The estimate shows that it will probably reduce it, or somewhere around 15% by 2050. But the most of the growth will be picked up by natural gas or renewable energy resources. And within the renewable energy resources, if you see on the right side of the slides, primarily solar panels, the photovoltaic, and then the winds are the two major sources. And again, here also you see the other sources of energy, such as biomass, will remain almost flat. And so we don't really see much growth of biomass even going forward. And so I asked myself why biomass is not growing the way it is supposed to. So if you look at the total amount of biomass that is available in the US, we have a lot of biomass. It is about, the estimate shows we have about 1.3 billion dry tons of biomass that can be used to produce fuels and chemicals. And those biomass primarily consist of agricultural residue and also a forest residue from forest biomass. If you were to take all this biomass and convert into liquid fuels, you can produce about 60 billion gallons of ethanol. That would be enough to replace 30% of the current energy demand in the transportation sector. So that's a significant amount that can contribute from the biomass. But we haven't really seen that growth. And again, the question is why? Why it hasn't happened yet? And there have been some mandates by federal governments and then state governments. As you could see some of the breakdowns here, the U.S. has a mandate of producing about 36 billion gallons of biofuels. But by within 2 years now, 2022 is not that far from where we are now. And these fuels will be produced or would have been produced by different types of biomass, corn, soybean, trees, grasses, algae, and a number of those biomass. But in reality, only corn and soybean are the ones that are being used to produce liquid fuels right now. And the question is, why did we fail, or where did we fail? And again, this gives you an idea about the US ethanol production. And most of you probably are aware that when you go to the gas station, you see your gasoline might be blended with 10% ethanol in general. And so most of the ethanol that is being produced comes from corn, and we produce about 16, 17 billion gallons of ethanol. But also some of the oil from animal fats goes to producing biodiesel, for example, and we produce about 1.7 billion gallons of biodiesel. And so altogether, about 17, 18 billion gallons of biofuels is being produced right now. When you think about fuels that it is producing from trees and grasses and things like that, and we haven't made much progress on that one, or at least there are not any commercial plans out there today to be producing in large quantities. Again, if you look at the crude oil price, it was fairly low back in 2000. Keep climbing. In 2008, many of you probably remember the price of crude oil back in 2008. The price per gallon of gasoline was around $4, and it's a fairly high there. And then there was a lot of enthusiasm on those fuels there, and as you see over the years, it went down, right? And then there was also the negative price at some point, and that didn't really help us. Also, there was a lot of interest on the biofuels around 2008, primarily because there was a huge, price increase in the petroleum fuel and the crude oil specifically. But then, we get into the, new love towards the electric vehicles, and that has really changed the perspective from the industry sector. And so obviously the crude oil price didn't really help us for the biofuel, and also the new love towards electric vehicles also didn't really help, for biofuel industry. As we think about the biofuels, we need to think them not as just the renewable sources, but also as a carbon negative. What I mean by is this: as you think about some of the estimates, if we wanted to reduce the impact of the climate change, we need to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere, the carbon dioxide concentration. So we need to find a technology that would not just provide the energy. We actually need to sequester carbon. And then so those would be the carbon negative technologies that I'm talking about, producing energy, but at the same time reducing, or sequestering carbon. That cannot be done by photovoltaic, that cannot be done by solar energy, or maybe wind energy. And so the biomass has a potential. Also, when you think about the biomass, we need to particularly focus on biomass that needs to be taken care of. Agricultural residues, if something is already there, we are not really growing the biomass for the purpose of growing biofuels, but if we grow this one for the food, and if we can convert that agricultural residue, I think that would be a win. Forest residues, forest residues, can also improve the forest health, and also reduce the fire hazard that we have seen in California, in Colorado over the last few years. We also need to focus on kind of low-hanging fruit, using municipal solid waste, for example, or waste in general that many cities, many governments invest a lot of money to manage this waste. And as we start thinking about these, converting these biomass, we need to think about how can we also improve the health of the soil where we grow our food and some of these biomass. And people talk about regenerative agriculture, maintaining the better health of the soil. And here in Auburn, we try to do exactly that. We are taking a lot of these biomass, different forms of biomass, passing through different processes. Some of the processes that I work on, gasification or pyrolysis process, and you could produce liquid that can go to produce, aviation fuels, the diesel fuels. We can also take and produce some of the materials. And some of the solid that we produce during this process can be used to sequester carbon and use in the soil as an amendment, as a biochar. And also, maintain or improve the health of the soil. With this, I would like to thank you for your time, and hopefully it gives you some idea about the general energy consumption in the US, where the biofuel industry is, and what the biofuel industry will be going forward to address these climate change.
Thank you, Sushil ji. Dr. Adhikari.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we got a couple of questions over here. I think because of timing, make sure you answer them in very quick manner. So first question is, how do you compare the biofuel production cost with other energy sources?
So that's a good question, and we struggle a lot about the cost, and especially I don't know the cost at your place, but here at Auburn is probably $1.70 per gallon of gasoline, and so we target is around $3 per gallon of gasoline equivalent. So that's always a target from the Department of Energy and our target for the cost. And if you look at, depending on the technology, could be around $5 per gallon, and so we people working in the biofuel area feel very comfortable, or we can compete with the traditional fuel when the price of crude oil is around $100 per barrel.
Okay, just explain in 30 seconds or so, where are we now on biomass production in Nepal? Are we at snail pace or with no progress at all present at the present? What are the scope of the developing countries like Nepal? So I think if the answer is long, then we can definitely answer by email or so, but is it short answer?
Yeah, I think not much, and there has been some work here and there, and primarily trying to recycle some of the waste cooking oil from restaurants and things like that. I think there has been done some work, but maybe, thinking about rice straw or other agricultural residues, the work is not there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adhikari. It was nice to see you on the conference. So I think I got another question. If you got any questions, please put in the chat. I mean, sorry, not on the chart. Put in the chat, so that we can. I mean, Dr. Adhikari can answer through the chat or by email. And it was a great presentation, Dr. Adhikari. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Dr. Malla for the next presentation to introduce next presenter. Thank you, Dr. Adhikari.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Dr. Malla, you are on mute, please. Can you unmute?
Yeah, my mistake. I was on mute. This is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker from Nepal, Mr. Surya Narayan Shrestha. He is, as we most of us might know, Executive Director of the National Society for Earthquake Technology, NSET. Is NSET been the great supporter for our society? We have, as you saw at the presentation given by our president, Thakur Dakalju, we had some collaborative activities with them. Without further delay, I would like to invite Mr. Surya Narayan Shrestha to present his talk. Surya Narayan, forum is yours. Thank you.
Distinguished participants and all renowned experts from around the world, namaskar to everyone, and a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. I thank several conferences, and I'm happy to report that it's been a long-standing collaboration between American Society of Nepalese Engineers and NSET. As you know, NSET has been working in Nepal since past 28 years. We have been working in Nepal, working with government, working with civil society organizations, working with communities, and during this presentation, I will highlight some of the lessons that we have gathered, we have learned during this 27 or 28 years of helping communities for earthquake risk management. As we all know, Nepal is a highly earthquake-prone country. The hazard is very high as comparable with the California or comparable with the Japan. But the risk is even more high because of the building stock that we have, because of the social situation, socio-economics of the country we have, and because of the earthquake preparedness, disaster preparedness that we have. This map shows, this map prepared by the Global Earthquake Model Foundation, of which NSET is also one of the partners. This map shows that the risk is very high compared to any other country in the world. Not just earthquakes, Nepal is prone to many other hazards, many other disasters. There are 29 different types of disasters that have been listed as most significant disasters in Nepal, and we see during past 48 or 49 years, more than 27,000 events occurred, and average event per year is more than 500, and we see approximately 2 disaster events a day, more than 2 deaths a day. And in an average year, in a normal year, we see about 4% of the gross domestic product has been lost every year. And in a significant disaster year, the loss amounts to more than 20%, such as during the 1988 earthquake, during the 2015 Gorkha earthquake, or during the 1993 flood of South Central Nepal. So this shows the disaster preparedness, the disaster risk reduction at the communities is of utmost importance. And among all those hazards, all those disasters, earthquake is the #1 killer. If we compare the devastation done by any other hazard and the earthquake disaster, earthquake effect amounts to the highest one. So preparing for an earthquake helps to tackle with other hazards also, other disasters also. That's why earthquake preparedness, earthquake disaster risk reduction is very important. And NSET has been working with the communities in Nepal for reducing the earthquake risk, for preparing for the earthquake risk. And during past 27 years, this is the summary of our direct achievements during the past 27 years. We see we have reached to about approximately 800,000 people directly and reached to about 4 million people indirectly of the country. We have helped to train, for example, about 4,000 engineers, helped to train about 3,000 community responders, helped to train about 22,000 masons. So this is just a summary of what we did in our past 27 years. But most importantly, what we have done or what we have helped to do is the level of awareness on earthquakes and disaster in general has increased. The involvement of several organizations, several community-based organizations, several government organizations, several international partners have increased. There are many pilots and good cases in earthquake disaster risk reduction. Several tested innovative approaches, tools, and methods have been developed during this period. But here I should highlight that despite these strong impacts or changes, the risk is yet not reduced significantly. The risk is yet there in our communities because we still lack the safer building construction practices. We still lack proper disaster preparedness. So therefore, the effort needs to be continued. Here are some of the examples, some of the tested, piloted cases that needs to be continued in the country. For example, earthquake risk assessment and disaster risk management planning has been a very successful case. We have a very sophisticated earthquake risk assessment methodology, such as use of OpenQuake, to a very simple earthquake risk assessment tool, such as the community watching. Community themselves go around the city or go around their community and identify the vulnerable places, identify the places where the risk is very high, and then develop strategies for reducing the risk. So these are the range of methodologies for risk assessment and disaster risk management planning. This is the starting point for doing any risk reduction measures. We have done several school retrofitting works in Nepal. So far, we ourselves, NSET ourselves, have done more than 300 school buildings retrofit in the country. Not just retrofitting, but during the retrofitting of the school buildings, we have done training of the masons, we have done training of the teachers and students, we have done community awareness, and in all these activities, involvement of government is extremely important for ensuring the institutionalization process of all these good efforts. During the 2015 Gorkha earthquake, all those retrofitted school buildings performed very well, including those in the high intensity areas such as Barpak. The retrofitting worked very well. School buildings stood, and they also helped to serve as community shelter, relief center, or health camps during the earthquake. And fortunately, the good thing is the concept of school safety has now been institutionalized, and government has been leading the school retrofitting program in the country. Concept of whole school safety has now been institutionalized in the Ministry of Education and Department of Education. This is a good thing. And such experience such good case needs to be replicated in other sectors also, such as in health sector, such as in power sector, such as in electricity, such as in water supply and sanitation, etc., which is yet to be done. Another important area of work that we have done is helping implement the building code, ensuring the safety of the residential houses that we build. We have been working with more than 50 municipalities in the country. And while working with the municipalities, we believed that the raising awareness of the population, awareness of the communities, awareness raising of the house owners is the extremely important factor. The next is building capacity of the stakeholders, such as of the masons, such as of the engineers, is another important factor. Awareness raising helped to raise the demand, whereas capacity building helped to fulfill that demand. Awareness raising is foundation, capacity is the body, and for it to be sustainable, institutional system is very important. Without the strong municipal system, the building code implementation is not possible. That's why we worked in all these three fronts together with the municipalities and together with all other stakeholders in the country, in the municipalities. We have worked in more than 50 municipalities, and then change is, we started working from 2002-03, starting from the Lalitpur municipality. Now we have worked in more than 50 municipalities, and this is a study that we did from 2012 to 2018, and the finding and the result and the impact is extremely encouraging. For example, in 2012, out of those 50 municipalities, we did survey in 30 municipalities and found that in drawing, the municipal drawings, in 2012, the compliant buildings were just 15%, and 85%, almost 85% of the buildings were non-compliant to the building code. Whereas in 2018, we found that in drawings, 99% of the buildings complied to the building code. Only 1% of the buildings did not comply. In actual construction site in the buildings, the compliance rate was 19% in 2012 and 81% non-compliant. And in due course, in 2018, 97% complied to the building code. This is a significant change due to the awareness raising, due to the capacity building, and due to the institutional improvement systems that we did together with the municipalities. And this needs to be continued, and this needs to be brought down to all those 753 local governments in the country. This is yet to be done. Another important area of work that we have been doing is helping communities, helping earthquake affected communities to rebuild their homes, to rebuild their homes in earthquake resistant manner. And we have done significant amount of work in helping the communities. I don't go into the details. Another important area of work that we have been doing and we did is to help our hospitals and health facilities to improve their earthquake preparedness, to reduce their earthquake risk in the hospitals by doing structural assessment, vulnerability assessment, by doing improving the earthquake preparedness system in the hospitals, by doing the non-structural mitigation in the hospitals. And this is some examples of doing non-structural mitigation by the locally available materials, such as the chains, such as the wooden wedges, etc. This is very interesting in terms of this community preparedness. We did a study after the 2015 earthquake together with the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute. NSET was part of the study done together with EERI. And we did a survey how these victims were rescued by the international responders, rescuers, and the local responders, local rescuers, and the finding was interesting. More than 17,000 victims were rescued by the local responders, whereas 19 live victims were rescued by the international search and rescue teams. By national search and rescue teams, about 4,000 victims were rescued. And this shows the importance of disaster preparedness or earthquake preparedness at the communities. Significant amount of search and rescue or response was done by the community responders. And this shows the importance of doing community level preparedness in any community. This is some examples of community level preparedness that we have been doing, and we have not been doing just in Nepal, but we have been doing this community level preparedness or capacity building of search and rescue teams in Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and earlier in Philippines and Indonesia also, as part of a regional program that we did together with the USAID funding support. This is an example of emergency response capacity building at communities. And this is one example that we have been promoting for the preparedness at the household level, to the community level, to the ward level, and to a bigger community level. Go bag, earthquake go bag, a survival bag, for example, a household kit with the search and rescue kit, for example. These are some of the very simple, doable things that we can promote at the communities. Awareness is another key, another important factor. Use of innovative tools, for example, the shaking table tool, which we use for convincing people, convincing communities, convincing Mason about the effectiveness of the earthquake-resistant construction technology. Use of science and technology for disaster risk reduction, disaster risk mitigation, and we have been collaborating with so many academic institutions from around the world. For example, USGS, for example, university, for example, Durham University. With Durham University, we have now been doing the landslide mapping program. We wanted to expand the experience of earthquake risk management to the landslide risk management, and we have been slowly working on landslide risk mapping also. We have been working with GM Foundation. These are some of the examples. I little bit go through the impacts and outcomes. As I said, the level of awareness has increased significantly. System of awareness has been established in several institutions. Disaster risk management has now been established as an important issue in the country. Several disaster risk management policies, standards, guidelines have been formulated. School retrofitting has been established. Community-based disaster risk management has been institutionalized. System of national and local disaster responders has been established. Need for effective utilization of science and technology for disaster risk management has been established. Some of the lessons.
2 minutes.
Collaboration. Please. Collaboration is the very important factor. Only one institution cannot do it. So we have to work together. That's very important lessons that we have gathered. We need to have mixed approach, bottom up, starting from the community to the policy level, top down is required. One approach alone will not work. Use of locally available, affordable, and cost-effective solutions is required for reducing physical vulnerabilities. Simple language to help understand complex scientific concepts and complex scientific knowledge and solutions is required. Mostly we engineers go to the communities and explain complex terms in complex language, and that doesn't help. So simple language is required to help understand the concept and knowledge and solutions. Transparency in activities and financial matters is critical. Communities have to trust that these technologies work, and for that transparency is very important. And most importantly, continued long-term persistent effort is required to establish the feasibility of disaster risk reduction and resilience. These are some of the very important lessons that we have learned, and the challenge and way forward is we have done something, but that is not enough. Those experiences, those lessons need to be scaled up throughout the country. And federalization is one important opportunity in Nepal to scale up and institutionalize the concept. With American Society of Nepalese Engineers, we have been, as I said, we have been partnered with American Society of Nepalese Engineers. We have worked in developing the position paper. We have participated in several meetings and annual conferences. We have joint session in several places in the past. And most importantly, recently, American Society of Nepalese Engineers helped us to conduct training courses for engineers in Nepal after the 2015 earthquake. And we are thankful to ASNEngr. Here are some ideas for extending our collaboration. One very important aspect we see is learning and exchange visits, particularly among the local governments. American Society of Nepalese Engineers can promote, can help, can assist in for example, building the building permit or building regulation practices to Nepal from several of those local governments from the US and several other parts of the world. Joint meetings and webinars can be conducted, joint publications, for example, and if possible, we can do joint projects also. And I say most importantly, our diaspora community can help, can motivate their families and friends in Nepal to construct earthquake-safe buildings, earthquake-safe construction, and earthquake preparedness at their homes. So with these experiences and lessons sharing, I finish my presentation, and I'll be happy to address if there is any question or suggestion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shrestha. Very, very good, excellent presentation, enlightening presentation. Especially the collaboration the ASNEngr can do with NSET in Nepal. Excellent. Shortage of time, I think we have only answer for two questions. If you could please be brief, we would greatly appreciate. One is, what tools you've been using to evaluate the reconstructed building from the earthquake to evaluate its performance, safety performance? That's the first question.
There are methodologies. For evaluating the seismic vulnerability of the buildings. For example, earlier we used the American code, the code from several other countries to develop the methodology. Now we have the guideline for seismic vulnerability assessment of the buildings pre-earthquake and post-earthquake, post-earthquake also. And we use those guidelines for evaluating the seismic vulnerability of those buildings.
Yeah, one more question here about the BCI. Is there any safety correlation research done after BCI implementation?
Yeah, we have done in some of the, as I said, some of the buildings that we helped in the municipalities to implement the building code, but not the physical testing. Those are only analytical calculations done, but we haven't done the physical modeling, physical testing. But 2015 earthquake was a great actually tool, I should say, which demonstrated which type of building and which type of technologies were earthquake resistant and which type could not resist the earthquake. So it was a kind of live testing laboratory for us. So based on those experience also, we compared, we observed, and we analyzed the vulnerability or seismic performance of the building.
Thank you very much. Because of time, again, we couldn't ask you other few questions here. But please, audience, if you have any question, we could always communicate through email. Thank you very much, Mr. Shrestha. I will give the forum to Mr. Jagannath Kimire to introduce to us the last speaker for today on this session.
Thank you, Dr. Malla. So our last speaker or presenter for this session would be Dr. Mandira Singh Shrestha. She has a PhD and she is a professional engineer. Currently, she is a program coordinator at Climate Services, Mountain Engineering, Regional Information System, MANRIS. So I would like to welcome Dr. Shrestha. So platform is yours. You got 20 minutes for the presentation, including the question answer session.
Good morning to all. I'm Mandira Singh Shrestha, and I work for the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICIMOD, located in Kathmandu, Nepal. I'm the program coordinator of Climate Services Initiative. I am delighted to make this presentation on flood risk management in Nepal. I'd like to present to you the different types of floods in Nepal, its extent and impact, what are some of the key issues, the causes of floods and the challenges, as well as what are some of the flood risk reduction measures, both the structural and non-structural measures, and in terms of reducing risks, vulnerabilities, and exposure. Then I would also like to present to you some of the gaps in flood risk management and some of the key messages. Now, talking about the impacts of floods in Nepal, we find that more than 5 million people have been affected by floods over the last 3 decades, where more than 6,000 people have been killed. And annually, we see that about 170 people are losing their lives. Now, when you look at it in terms of the statistics, the largest number of people that have been killed has been in 1993. And in terms of the people affected in 2017, more than 1 million people were affected by flood disasters. Now, what are the causes of floods in Nepal? Well, we have both the anthropogenic as well as the natural causes of floods. When you look at the natural causes, it's primarily due to high intensity and continuous rainfall. It's also due to glacial lake outburst floods, particularly with the temperature increase in the higher altitudes. More snow melt and glacier melt results in larger lake formation, which could likely burst and then impact downstream to people's lives as well livelihoods and infrastructure, as well as we also have landslide dam outburst floods as a result of many different triggering mechanisms. Now, when you're looking at the anthropogenic impacts or the anthropogenic causes of floods in Nepal, it's mainly caused by land degradation, soil erosion, deforestation, and also to do with agricultural practices in terms of increasing silt in the rivers. We also have haphazard urbanization, particularly increasing the exposure and vulnerability of people living close to the banks. Often in urban areas, urban drainage systems are poor, and there's a lot of problems of solid waste management, often obstructing the natural drainage, as has been experienced recently in Bhaktapur area. Now, what are the key issues in flood risk reduction in Nepal? First and foremost, many of the rivers that are flowing are transboundary in nature. So there's shared vulnerabilities across borders. Also, we realize that now there's a lot of advancement in terms of technology and know-how for monitoring as well as forecasting to generate flood warning and communicating. So there is this opportunity. There are a number of multiple media available for the communication of early warning, which I will talk about a little bit in the next few slides. There are also a number of organizations that are there involved in flood risk reduction, but however lacks coordination as well as institutionalization. And often in early warning systems, we find that the risk information is not integrated and that the social and cultural responses to flood early warning systems is also lacking. Now, what are the challenges? Well, particularly due to the increase in the intensity and frequency of these flood disasters, there's increasing number of loss of lives and adverse impacts to livelihoods as well as ecosystem degradation. We also realize that the number of hydrometeorological stations that are there in place are not adequate, particularly in higher altitudes. And often the sharing of the data and information are still limited, and the capacity that exists at the national as well as the local level is limited, and often the information that is available are not tailored to the needs of the users. So these information needs to be tailored to the needs of the users, and it ought to be impact-based as well as actionable and gender and socially sensitive. In order to reduce the risks of floods, we have both the structural measures as well as the non-structural measures. When we talk about the structural measures, we are primarily talking about building dams or levees or certain detention basins as well as diversions. And when you're talking about non-structural measures, we are looking at flood risk modeling, mapping, flood forecasting and warning, putting in place regulations and zoning, flood proofing. We also have education and awareness, as well as preparedness and insurance. So particularly when we're talking about flood forecasting and warning, then we're talking about the real-time data availability from hydrometeorological stations, both the rainfall data as well as the discharge data, putting in place appropriate flood forecasting models and transmission and communication to the communities of the early warning that is being generated from these models. Now, let us talk about the flood management practices. Well, there are several structural measures that are being adopted. Primarily, there are many different embankments and as well as dikes that are being built. We can also find that there are solid spurs that are there, particularly to deflect the water away from the banks in larger rivers as well as smaller rivers, as well as check dams and sediment control measures. So these are flood control measures that are in place in many of the rivers. But there are ways in terms of looking at how best we can reduce risks and vulnerabilities and exposure. Now, according to the IPCC framework, we have disaster risk as a function of the hazard, the vulnerability, and the exposure. So in order to reduce the disaster risks, we can put in place proper early warning systems, increase the ecosystem resilience, adopt science and technology for risk reduction. What is essential is to ensure that we mainstream gender into all these activities and improve governance, as well as enhance partnerships at all different levels and increase the knowledge base that we have for disaster risk reduction, and has also been highlighted in the Sendai DRR framework. We also need to have adequate financing and investment for disaster risk reduction. Now, when we talk about warning systems, there are many different innovations in place. So an example of this in terms of the advancement in technology is the real-time data that is now available through various sensors. And these data are being communicated and transmitted through various technologies, particularly the GPRS and GSM and satellite iridium technologies, as well as the ICT for risk communication, and several space-based technology and Earth observations are being used to increase the lead time and also to fill in the data gaps and conduct risk mapping and inundation map. Now, an example for Nepal for early warning process, we have the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, DHM, as the mandated organization to issue a warning. And when you look at this particular flow chart, we have the warning that is being generated by the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology. And so this flood advisory is then transmitted to different agencies and organizations, as well as the communities simultaneously. So we have the National Emergency Operations Centers at various levels, as well as when there is a large flood, text SMS is then provided by the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology through the Nepal Telecom, both the government as well as the private sectors, which sends the SMS to the local communities. So this is being, the advisories or the flood warnings is being sent by SMS, by toll-free lines also. Information is available. TV and radio is also being used, as well as many different social media like Facebook and Twitter also is being more and more utilized for transmitting the warning. Now, we also have developed a regional flood outlook for the entire Ganges and Brahmaputra basin, particularly for the basins of Nepal. And this has been developed by using the Mike 11 hydrodynamic model, which then provides the flood outlook at key locations of the rivers. So this information that is being generated through the flood outlook is being used by the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology as one of their key inputs to provide flood advisory. Now, in this regional flood outlook, one of the products that are also used is the satellite-based rainfall products. Earlier, we used to use the TRIM, but now the GPM data sets are being used for the production of the flood outlook. With that, I would like to then ask the question, well, what makes a good early warning system? Well, one of the points that I have been highlighting is that there is a need for advanced forecasting and warning technologies. Also, putting in place good governance and functional institutions is essential so that we can link to the last mile, that is the communities and people at risk. And for this, the multi-stakeholder partnerships that involves the communities, the various civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, and government is essential. So the complete chain thus provides the warning to the last mile. Hence, it is important that whatever warning that is being generated is timely, has to be reliable, it has to be also understood and accepted by the communities so that there is action on the ground, the behavior change, where then people move to higher grounds and lives are being saved. A way forward for flood resilience that we see is that we have to align our activities that is in place according to the Sendai DRR framework of 2015 to 2030. Also, there is a need to integrate risk information to early warning systems. So it is not only the monitoring of the early warning, but also integrating the risk information. The another aspect of early warning is that we need to improve the institutional mechanisms to enhance coordination and communication between different institutions and also the various stakeholders. There are several innovations and technologies that are now in place which needs to be used, and there is also need to look into enhancing education and increasing the awareness and capacity building at different levels. Often we find that there is a lot of encroachment, hence land use planning and zoning is essential to reduce the adverse impacts. Proper implementation of the policies and plans are essential. And we also need to look into developing resilient infrastructure and also relying on more impact-based forecasting and promoting regional cooperation for sharing data and information to reduce the adverse impacts of flood disasters. I would like to provide the key messages. First and foremost, we need to adopt an integrated flood management practices for flood risk reduction. So that would mean we need to look at the structural and the non-structural measures, as well as conduct proper flood risk assessments. There's a need to look into effective early warning systems to be put in place to save lives and property. There are several advanced tools and technologies that can support disaster risk reduction or flood risk reduction through mapping, through early warning, and putting in place a people-centric, community-based approach and cooperation and coordination across different levels, at the regional level, at the national level, as well as the local level, is essential to reduce the adverse impacts of floods. With this, I would like to thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I would be happy to respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. Thank you. It was a great presentation. And then, by the way, American Society of Nepalese Engineers is in process to develop a flood position paper in Nepal. So I think your support will be highly appreciated because what we see is you have a lot of information with you. So it's a great thing to know. So we got a few questions. I think if you can answer those, we'll really appreciate it. So first question is, great presentation. Good to know that a comprehensive early warning system for general flood emergencies enjoyed a lot. If there are specific early warning and emergency management for floods related to the potential breach of Nepalese dams?
Well, the early warnings, thank you for the question, actually. And I'm delighted to be here. Now, the question regarding whether there's any early warning systems for breach of dams. Now, when you talk about early warning systems, it's basically, it could be for a flood. So when you think floods, it could be through either a dam burst, or it could be a glacial lake outburst flood, and it could be a dam burst also. But again, it depends on where you put in your early warning system. So if you're putting an early warning system specifically for the purpose of the dam burst, then there could be that warning that could be put in place. But specifically for a particular dam, in Nepal, of course, you're aware of that. We do not have, big dams except for just one. That's why we do not have as such a system, but it could be put in place, yes.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So next question is, do you think on-site stormwater management will be very crucial for flood management in Nepal? I think flood detection system is very essential, but preventing flood is more crucial to save life and property in Nepal. Can you share your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, thanks for the question, because what you're talking about in terms of on-site stormwater management directly probably relates to urban issues, yeah, urban drainages. An example of which I was also talking about more in terms of not the natural causes of floods, but more the anthropogenic causes, where you're more talking about, maybe your drainage system is not big enough, or you could have solid waste that would be clogging your drains. So you have inadequate flow of water, and it could, backwater, or it could be inadequate for the flow to go through, and thus cause, a lot of floods. And now the example of which I was trying to provide to you was also the floods that occurred in Bhaktapur. So in Bhaktapur, there's a lot of, one, encroachment. The other is whatever drainage systems that are put in place is very much inadequate. And also it does not pass the flow that is required. So yes, we do require proper drainage, design, but also detention basins. You look at examples of, for example, in Japan, you have several detention basins which actually work as, they have multi-purpose. During floods, it could work as having, the water that would pond, but during lean periods when there is no floods or no big rain, then those could be even, playgrounds for children, for instance. Yeah, so that could be designed. But yes, definitely for Nepal also, that would be something that we would like to strive for in terms of putting in place, better drainage systems, and also taking care of our solid waste management. That would very much, reduce the impacts of urban floods in our cities, particularly if you're talking about Kathmandu. There was a video several years ago of a flood that occurred because of this poor urban drainage, where a child was actually, taken through that drain. So it's quite alarming sometimes, but yes, we need to work hard to get that working. Thank you.
Great answer. So I got a couple of questions. Another question is how the flood related various data are shared by all in Nepal?
Now, when you're talking about flood related data, there are, the use of what is the use that you are looking at in terms of flood related data. One, you could be also looking at, say, early warning in terms of, say, how high the water is in the rivers, yeah, or how much rain is falling in the upstream catchments. So those kinds of information are easily available through the websites, which is then, managed by the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology. So we have DHM that manages that. So that kind of information on a real-time basis is very much available during the floods and during the monsoon time, available through them. Now, if you're looking at it for other purposes like historic information and all, then that could also be available through DHM, and also some organizations also, collect that information and make it available for research purposes, for instance.
Okay, great. Yeah, all those answers were really good and very important for our participants. So I got a couple of questions, but because of the timing, Dr. Malla, you want me to continue for a couple of?
No, I think we better end it maybe.
Yeah, so I would like to say thank you to Dr. Shrestha, and it was really a great presentation. So Rajan Kasta and Dipesh Dawadi, please forward your questions through email to Dr. Shrestha. She will be more than happy to answer through email or chat.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. I'm so passionate about working in floods, and particularly also contributing to this position paper on floods, that I would be more than happy to respond, or even, have a discussion or a virtual kind of a talk. Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for your time, and we are really pleased to have you here, and have a good night.
For everybody, I just wanted to let everybody know, all the participants, they can send the questions to our email, our organization email, and we can ask all the participants, and we can provide those answers in our website. Just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Namaste. Yeah. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Jagannath, maybe you want me to end the session? Yeah.
Yeah, please. So, so I would like to thank you all for giving this opportunity, and then thanks for the keynote speakers or presenters. So I would like Dr. Malla to conclude this keynote plenary session or invited guest speaker session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jagannath Gimireji. I would like to take this honor and privilege to end this session, plenary session. Before that, I would really like to thank the time and effort all the plenary session speaker gave. These were excellent presentation. It's been real pleasure for Jagannath and myself to chair this session. I also like to thank our conference organizer for the opportunity. Thank you so much, and we'll continue with another session. Have a great day.
Thank you.
So we will have a quick break, and we will start the first technical session after that. Thank you. Please stay tuned.
Rajendraji and Kishorji, you guys can start the technical session 1, please. Rajendraji, you're on mute. Please, can you unmute yourself?
I'm on mute. All right. Okay, I'm on unmute now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Namaskar. We are honored to welcome you to the first technical session of this conference. My name is Rajendra Shrestha, and my background is in the oil and gas industry. Currently, I'm the Director, Fellow, and past President of American Society of Nepalese Engineers. My co-chair, Dr. Kishore Shrestha, is the Assistant Professor at the Washington State University in Pullman, Washington. The title of this session is The Aftermath of the 2015 Gorkha Earthquake. As we all know, this earthquake caused a huge loss of life and property in Nepal, and the country is still going through the reconstruction efforts. These 4 interesting abstracts of this session are related to the reconstruction phase of this earthquake, and they have one thing in common. All of them include the responses from the stakeholders engaged in the reconstruction projects in Nepal currently underway on the questionnaires sent to them by the authors. Very interesting. So these presentations are pre-recorded. However, the Q&A after each presentation will go live. Therefore, kindly post your questions on Facebook Live or Zoom, whichever platform you're using to participate in this conference. So without further delay, I would like to invite and introduce Dr. Krishna Kisi, who is the Assistant Professor at Texas State University, San Marcos, Texas, to present his abstract on a case study of opportunities and challenges of modular construction after April 2015 earthquake in Nepal. And I'll let him introduce the co-authors. Thank you very much. Dr. Casey, please make your presentation.
Namaste and welcome to my presentation. I would like to thank the organizing team of American Society of Nepalese Engineers for this opportunity. My presentation topic is a case study of opportunities and challenges in modular construction after April 2015 earthquake in Nepal. I would also like to thank our co-authors, Rajan Kast and Kishore Shrestha, for their contribution. So let's get a quick definition of modular construction first. Modular construction is an emerging technology that uses light steel framing in factory-produced units that can be assembled on site to form parts of or even complete residential and commercial building. These are some of the examples from Nepal. Since the development of the concept of the modular construction during the World War II, the technique has been widely adopted in construction of residential and commercial buildings in the developed countries because of the high demand of housing. It can also be defined as a method of building construction using 3-dimensional modular units by assembling and producing in factory with proper coordination, planning, and integration. With the invention of the offset fabrication approach, the technique was further adopted by developed and developing countries and is regarded as a modern construction technique. In contrast, the traditional concrete construction with brick walls in Nepal takes a considerable amount of construction time and space, as it requires a stockpile of raw materials on site, and most of the works are performed on site. So several advantages of prefabricated construction includes rapid installation on site, reduced overall construction cost, low self-weight, leading to structural saving, reducing disruption in the vicinity of the construction site, as well as better quality control. So these are some of the examples of modular houses that was constructed in Nepal. These are additional examples of those modular constructions. So these were getting popular after the earthquake. So because of the benefits of the modular construction techniques, especially the rapid construction and reduced cost, it has gained popularity in Nepal. And after the earthquakes damaged a significant number of buildings in several towns of Nepal, and people were desperate to build new residential buildings as soon as possible. The increased demand of modular buildings in Nepal presented an increased opportunity for modular home builders and prefabrication companies. However, the construction professionals and prefabrication business owners are also facing several challenges in the Nepalese construction industry. Therefore, to aid the modular construction industry and obtain the maximum benefits of this technique, it is essential to understand the opportunities, challenges that the modular construction industry is facing in Nepal. Thus, this study explores the opportunities and challenges of modular construction that can benefit the manufacturing industries, distributors, and architects and engineers. So in terms of the methodology, the study conducted extensive literature review, followed by a questionnaire survey, and then the analysis. The questionnaire survey, so the literature review focused on identifying a list of opportunities and challenges of the current modular construction techniques. The findings were used in developing a questionnaire survey. Subsequently, the experts representing the manufacturers, contractors, and modular construction industry were surveyed and interviewed to understand their perceived importance and a rank of each of the opportunities and challenges that were identified in the literature review, and they were ranked to find the top 5 and top 5 challenges and opportunities. So in terms of the survey, most of the manufacturing companies, distributors, consultant and contractors are headquartered in Kathmandu Valley, where this survey was conducted. 85 companies were identified as the survey participants. The stakeholders were contacted, and the questionnaire survey and interviews were conducted by setting up a meeting and visiting the headquarters. As you can see on this pie chart, the responses consist of 21% from the contractors, 24% from architectures, 33% were engineers, and 14% were from manufacturers and distributors. And the respondents were asked to rate the challenges and opportunities on scale 1 to 5. So this particular slide shows the opportunities on modular construction. These are the list of the opportunities that are found in the literature review, and the respondents were asked to rate in terms of the frequency, where the Likert scale 1 to 5 represents 1, strongly disagree, 2, disagree, 3 is the neutral, 4 is agree, and 5 is strongly agree. So based on the respondents, it was converted into the relative importance index, RRI. So based on that index, we were able to find out what was the top rank, and subsequently second, third, and fourth, and so on. This table particularly shows that the opportunities of modular construction in Nepal was calculated for all the opportunities, and the result shows the reduction in construction time is top-rated opportunity, while the increased labor productivity gain in short time in the second rank, reduction on rework, development of more standardized environment sustainable products. So these are the ranked based on their responses. Similarly, the challenges in the modular construction, there are a couple of in a list, and then based on that list, when we analyze the relative important index, it was found that the top ranked challenges in the modular construction context of Nepal was the competition with conventional construction techniques. Second most ranked was the less information integration of modular construction to the society, and so on. So these were heavily, the challenges in the modular construction. While some of these factors may not have a direct and easy solution, such as competition with the traditional construction, all the challenges can be overcome by taking some steps to improve the situation. For example, the companies and the government of Nepal can provide organized training sessions to the interested construction workers, initiate more collaboration between modular stakeholders and outside organizations, disclosing cost and schedule saving. So all this can be done to improve the modular construction in Nepal. So as a conclusion, the conventional construction techniques in Nepal, such as RCC frame structure with brick walls, take significantly more time and extra construction space compared to the modular construction technique. Despite the benefit of modular construction technique, most people in Nepal reconstructed their houses using traditional methods, such as RCC frame structure with brick walls. So the wider adoption of modular construction is challenging in Nepal's construction industry, despite their well-documented benefits. Therefore, this study investigated and identified the top 5 opportunities and the top 5 challenges. These findings are expected to aid prefabrication and modular construction companies in understanding and to solve the challenges and to improve their business performances. These findings could eventually lead to growth in the modular construction market in Nepal. So that's all for this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Srishtaji, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kisi, for good work and a great presentation. I see there are not many questions for Dr. Kisi. It's a very novel technique. Dr. Kisi talked about a very novel technique, modular construction technique, and which is not very popular so far in Nepal. And it could be used only in large-scale constructions, as his presentation suggested. Now, I have a question for Dr. Kisi. Are the buildings constructed using this modular construction technique earthquake resistant or earthquake resilient? Dr. Kisi?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much for the question. So if you can hear me pretty well, then I will answer the question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, regarding the question that you asked, whether the modular construction is earthquake resilient. So based on the study, we haven't done any kind of testing so far. It's only based on like what are the challenges that Nepalese communities are facing, especially if they want to construct the building in very short time. But the idea of modular construction is to have a home or space in very short time, as you can see in the presentation, and you also know that it's not being well documented, so to say, in any of the like engineering course syllabus or something like that. So there's not much of education inbuilt in the curriculum side. So, particularly in this presentation, what we looked at is what are the opportunities. Of course, there are many opportunities after the earthquake happened, but also we also look at what are the challenges, and especially the top 5 shows that it is still heavily focused on the traditional, the conventional way of building construction. And of course, modular construction, we have done little research, and so it's like most of the buildings that they have done so far, they have kind of like, especially that there are cracks seen, especially on the windows, the lintels, those, especially the opening side, they see a lot of cracks there. So I think there is a huge learning curve there as well. So maybe in next study, we will discuss about like what are the challenges, especially in terms of the constructability as well as the earthquake resistance on that aspect.
Thank you, Dr. Kisi. And so if there are no other questions, so we can move on to the next presentation. And Dr. Kishore Shrestha will introduce the presenter of the next presentation and abstract. Dr. Shrestha.
Thank you, Ranji. Yeah, this is Kishore Shrestha from Washington State University. And we have the next presenter is the same presenter what we just had, Dr. Krishna Kisi. And the title of his presentation is Analysis of Renovation Challenges After April 2015 Gotha Earthquake. So, Dr. Kisi, now the floor is yours.
Namaste and welcome to my presentation. My name is Krishna Kisi. I would like to thank the organizing team of the American Society of Nepalese Engineers for this opportunity. My presentation topic is analysis of renovation challenges after April 2015 Gotha earthquake. I would also like to thank our co-authors, Rajan Kaisi and Nipesh Pravanenko, for their contribution. So let's get started. And especially in the last 2 decades, many earthquakes hit various parts of the world. On April 2015, a strong earthquake known as Gotha earthquake hit Nepal and destroyed thousands of buildings. More than 500,000 buildings got damaged or destroyed. And destruction was widespread. Residential and government buildings, heritage sites, schools, and health facilities, roads, bridges, water supply systems, and hydropower plants were all hit in 2015 earthquake. So after the 2015 Gotha earthquake damaged a significant number of buildings in several towns of Nepal, people were desperate to build new homes and temporary shelters as soon as possible. Though this natural disaster created enormous opportunities for all stakeholders in building construction, government of Nepal, construction professionals, business owners, and homeowners, they faced several challenges after the earthquake. So the main objective of this study are to identify the comprehensive list of factors affecting building reconstruction challenges in Nepal, to identify the type of building that are mostly damaged, and also to present the perspective of respondents on which building materials and typology cause trouble in the reconstruction process. So the methodology consists of 3 parts: literature review, questionnaire survey, and the analysis. An extensive literature review was conducted and a questionnaire survey was developed for the study. The literature review focused on identifying the list of contributing factors to the building reconstruction and renovation challenges after the natural disaster. And the survey questionnaire was discussed with 8 experts prior to finalizing the survey. The experts included 3 construction managers, 2 academic experts, and 3 project engineers who have at least 5 years of experience in the building construction, and were involved in the reconstruction projects. After the questionnaire was finalized, it was distributed among contractors, engineers, architects, and especially in the 3 major cities of Kathmandu Valley, which is Kathmandu, Lalitpur, and Bhaktapur. The questionnaire consisted 3 sections of multiple choice questions, and they were basically responsible was asked on the 5-point Likert scale. On the survey participants' ends, most of the construction companies, they were situated in Kathmandu Valley. So these participants are from the Kathmandu Valley. So as you can see, the respondents, like 8% is from construction managers, 8% is set to professionals, 9% supervisors, 15% architects, 23% site engineers, 9% social workers, 11% craftsmen, and then 17% homeowners. There were total 300 questionnaires distributed, but 208 were completed. So these were the responses from the 208 completed respondents. As you can see on this table, these were the tables for factors contributing reconstruction and renovation challenges. And there are a lot of factors that we got from the literature review. So based on the responses from 1 to 5, again, 1 is strongly disagree, 2 is disagree, 3 for neutral, 4 agree, and 5 for strongly agree. So based on the responses, the relative important index were calculated. Higher the RRI score, that is the top ranked. So in this case, the relative important index of 0.815, which is greater than 0.808. So these were listed according to the highest to lowest, which is basically this is the rank number 1, 2, 3, and so forth. So the top ranked was the dispute among family members on property, vested interest in corruption, lack of skilled laborers, and so on. So as you can see, there are so many factors. And these are still the continuing factors. So there are many of them, but you can see many of the factors are listed from the literature review. And also based on what we have found out on this study is there are so many construction going at the same time. There were also deconstruction or the renovation going on, or demolition work going on at the same time. So a lot of the road were blocked and there were no access of the road. So and also, as we can see, there are a couple of work sites where the building codes were not followed, and all this kind of things were found in this particular study. And there's a couple of pictures where you can see there's lack of skilled workers. Some of the construction were started but had to delay because of no workers found. These are additional factors, as you can see. Some of them were still no new techniques or new methods were implemented. Still, the manual process were being implemented here. And the other factors it was found on this study was, building materials and typology that were affected on the 2015 earthquake. So as we can see, the first ranked building materials and typology is the unreinforced mud or adobe building, and so forth. So the basic conclusion on this study we found is the reconstruction and renovation work after the earthquake 2015 have not been easy for builders, engineers, workers, and homeowners. The earthquake damaged mostly those buildings that were mud and brick or stone bonded load-bearing structure. During reconstruction and renovation phase, the construction professional and homeowners face many challenges, such as inaccessibility to the construction site, workforce shortage, government instability, and corruption as well. The study investigated and identified a comprehensive list of factors contributing to building reconstruction and renovation challenges. It also identified the top significant factors among reconstruction challenges. These are the top significant factors that were found in this particular study. These findings are expected to aid construction professionals in understanding and improving hazard recognition and management strategies during pre-construction, in understanding contributing factors that may affect building reconstruction and renovation, and also in developing a strategic plan to address those potential challenges during reconstruction and renovation phase. So there are a couple of limitations on this study. This study is only conducted in 3 cities of Kathmandu Valley, and that may not be generalized into all the studies. And only the descriptive analysis was performed from the questionnaire survey. So that's all for this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kishi. That's a great presentation. Let's check our questions here. I didn't see any question, but yeah, I have a quick question that at the last you said that the data collection is from the Kathmandu Valley, like the 3 cities, maybe Kathmandu, Lalitpur, and the Bhaktapur. So is there any reason that you focused only the 3 main cities in the Kathmandu Valley?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So especially at that phase, it was very difficult to collect the data. So if you have to travel long distances, so it was much easier to collect the data, especially focus on 3 cities. And there were a couple of volunteers that they can go and try to collect the data. So based on collecting the data, that was the major objective, just to focus on 3 cities there. So that's the short answer for that.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Yeah, we really enjoyed your presentation.
Yes,
and now I will pass to the Ryanji for the next presenter. Yeah, calling for the next presenter.
Yeah. Before we move on to the next presenter, I have a question for Dr. Kishi. You have done a very nice work collecting those data, sending the questionnaires to Nepal and collecting their responses is no easy task. That's a very good job on your part. Now, my only question is, how do you plan to move forward with this project? Because the challenges we see are mostly family-oriented, corruption, this and that. So how would you like to move forward with this project or this analysis of yours?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so especially if you can see on the top challenges that was found is, I think many of us may not have expected, especially with the dispute with the families. So what we found in the study was, even though they would like to, each of the family members, they like to construct their houses as soon as possible, but the study really found was that if a family has a kind of like a joint family or like multi-members,
yes,
whether we should ask that question or not. But what we found really was like they have the debate among the siblings were actually the huge challenging portion to whether they go for construction or whether to start the building at the same urban area or go for outside the urban area. So that was the challenges, but to your questions, so moving forward, we really like to factors changes over the time. So that's my another objective to see.
Thank you, Dr. Kishi. Okay, it's time to move forward with the next presentation by Mr. S.M. Jamil Uddin. Mr. Uddin is a graduate research assistant at North Carolina State University. The co-author of this abstract is Dr. Nipesh Pradhananga, PhD PE, Assistant Professor at Florida International University, Miami, Florida. So Mr. Uddin will be talking on our post-disaster reconstruction operations different from regular construction operations. That sounds very interesting, Mr. Uddin. The platform is yours. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is SM Jamiluddin. I'm a graduate research assistant at the Department of Civil Construction and Environmental Engineering at NC State University. The topic of today's presentation is, are post-disaster reconstruction operations different from regular construction operations? This research was conducted under the supervision of Dr. Nipesh Pradhananga, Associate Professor and Graduate Program Director of MOS Department of Construction Management at Florida International University. So the objective of this study is to understand post-disaster reconstruction operations with a greater depth, and also to identify if there are any differences between regular construction and post-disaster reconstruction operations. So the context of the study was Nepal, basically Nepal earthquake 2015. As we all know, Nepal was hit by a 7.8 earthquake in 2015. The earthquake's epicenter was east of Gorkha district, and as you can see in the map, Bhaktapur area falls under the crisis hit zone. The earthquake claimed approximately 9,000 lives and destroyed hundreds of thousands of buildings and led to an estimated $10 billion economic damage. The study is based on the city of Bhaktapur, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site located along the eastern margin of the Kathmandu Valley. Iconic heritage sites, for example, Darbar Square and Vatsala Durga Temple, were severely damaged in the earthquake. There was also extensive damage to the housing stock, which mostly consisted of brick structure, as you can see in the picture. We chose Bhaktapur as our case study because reconstruction is going on with full swing in Bhaktapur area, and we thought that Bhaktapur area would be a good study to understand PDR context in terms of health and safety and construction management practices. So this is an exploratory study, since previous studies have not thoroughly investigated the differences between construction management practices in disaster versus non-disaster time. This study is grounded in qualitative research methods. So we formulated semi-structured questionnaire in order to get more information from the respondents. In total, 38 PDR stakeholders were interviewed from the area of Bhaktapur, Nepal. Semi-structured interviews allow the participants to explore new and unexpected topics relevant to their experience. So data was gathered in mainly two sections. Section one was demographic, for example, their job title, their age, and their experience. And section two was basically concerned about the differences between PDR and regular construction operations. The questions we posed to them were like, how do you think PDR is different from regular construction? Or what are the challenges you have faced during your job on PDR sites? But they were allowed to discuss or talk about new and unexpected topics according to their experience. So we conducted qualitative data analysis for this research, and we used a software called NVivo, which is used for qualitative data analysis. The first step of the analysis was word frequency analysis, where we did some word frequency analysis, and we tried to identify what are the themes that they're talking about. As you can see in the figure, they're talking about worker safety, site construction, involving training, and sort of stuff. And then we went for first and second cycle coding technique to analyze the data. So the findings of this study suggest that PDR operations indeed differ from regular construction operations mainly in 5 broad ways: debris management, workforce management, work environment, perceived urgency to complete the reconstruction, and safety risk assessment. As you can see in the table, debris management was mentioned by most of the participants, which is more than 81%. And then the workforce management was mentioned by 73%, and also the work environment. And then perceived urgency to complete the construction was mentioned by 68% of the participants, followed by safety risk perception, 63%. So the debris management, According to FEMA, there are no less than 9 types of debris that are produced during different type of disaster: vegetative, construction, demolition, hazardous waste, and so on. CDC says that each of these type of debris has potential to affect the human health and expose them to illness. And the presence of hazardous and contagious debris make the PDR site more vulnerable in terms of worker health and safety. As you can see in the picture, there are a lot of debris and unwanted items in a construction site that we do not expect. And each of these items has the potential to affect these workers that are working in these construction sites. One of the workers said, "We never know what is waiting for us in the rubble, a pile of concrete. You can get trapped, you can get bitten by a snake or venomous spider or anything. So you never really know what risk is waiting for you." So clearly debris management is a big issue in PDR sites. Workforce management. Several factors affect the workforce management in PDR site. For example, use of unskilled workers. So there is a trend of using unskilled workers in PDR projects, and it has been seen in previous cases as well. For example, Sri Lanka in 2004, Haiti in 2010. Also, involvement of community people. When there is a lack of construction workers, community people tend to give a hand and get involved in PDR works, which is not risk-free. The literature has also expressed a concern regarding the little knowledge and applicability of the solution to shortage of workers. Mental health condition of the workers. One thing we have to understand that these workers, they're also survivor of the disaster. So working at the PDR site often leads them to post-traumatic stress disorder, and which often leads them to suicidal behaviors. And also the workforce management issues has impact on the productivity. There is lack of personal protective equipment and lack of a specialized training for PDR. All these factors indicate that a poor workforce management issue has impact on the PDR sites. More than 73% respondent agreed that they have faced some sort of poor workforce management issue in PDR. The PDR sites offer unique work environment in 4 aspects mainly. First, space constraint. The workers do not get proper space to work. The buildings are situated adjacent to each other, and there is not enough space for them to work. Second, PDR sites were more hazardous due to the presence of disaster debris. PDR sites were characterized by further complexity due to the location and the context, because the workers are always threatened by unpredictable aftershocks or maybe another hit of earthquake. The fourth difference has to do with the work management of workforce. The workers face tight schedules, and they had to do overtime to complete the work faster, which impacted the health and safety of workers. The government of Nepal was providing housing assistance to the homeowners in 3 installments. First was 50,000, second was 150,000, and third was 100,000 Nepali rupees. In order to get these financial assistance, the house owners have to show some sort of progress in their reconstruction. One of the owners says that the government is offering us financial assistance for rebuilding houses, but we have to show progress, so I do pressurize the worker to finish the work fast. One of the workers said in this context that whatever is done in rush cannot be done perfectly, so he perceives that there are risks due to the urgency to complete the construction. So our study identified that there is an unintended consequences of this housing assistance that the government of Nepal is providing. Specialist perception is defined as the subjective judgment that one makes about the frequency and severity of particular risks. In order to perform safely and maintain a safe workplace, it is imperative to perceive the safety risk correctly. One of the workers showed his perception of safety risk during PDR, and he said he was offered a job at a demolition site, but he denied the job because he has some back pain issues. So he perceived the safety risk and denied the job, but not all the workers were able to comply with the understanding of safety risk. One of the workers said, I have to feed my family, and construction is the only job I have done in my whole life. So he has to take the job and do the job. According to the Labor Act that was passed in 2017, in Chapter 12, Section 74 says, employers are responsible for protecting the workers from occupational hazards. But in Nepal, especially in the Bhaktapur area, we saw that the employers, such as the owner and the general contractors, do not take the responsibility of protecting the workers. So the study has threefold theoretical contribution. First, it demonstrates that there are indeed several significant differences between PDR and conventional construction operations. Second, our study shifts the focus of reconstruction research from physical reconstruction and affected population to those who are involved in PDR, for example, the workers, the engineers, the supervisors. It reveals that due to the combination of factors, PDR operations put health, both physically and mental, and safety of construction workers at greater risk. Third, this study displays the unintended consequences of national level housing policy that not only on the quality of the housing construction, but also on health and safety of construction workers. The study has several practical implications too. For example, debris removal, training for construction stakeholder, technical assistance, enforcement of labor laws, and awareness campaign for affected population. The study has several limitations. The results in this study cannot be generalized for all type of natural disaster. Further studies needed. Authors have focused on reconstruction projects, both housing and infrastructure, taking place only after natural disaster within the affected geographical area. The study is the first step to exploring the bigger issues in the PDR context. Further case studies and qualitative and quantitative studies are required to understand the post-disaster reconstruction with greater depth. Thank you so much.
Shresthaji, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Odin. Very nice presentation, good work. Your concern on the health and safety hazards is very much appreciated for the PDRs, which is very different from the conventional construction. And it's good work. We have a couple of questions for you. The first question from Mr. N.P. Pokhrel, which he has put on Facebook, is why perceived urgency, not the real urgency of PDC or PDR maybe. Yeah, it says PDC.
Thank you, Dr. Rajendra Srisha, for giving me the chance to present today. And also, thank you so much for the question. So the basic idea behind this study was to understand the main differences between post-disaster reconstruction and conventional construction. So what we've seen in the literature that post-disaster reconstruction is not generally differed from regular construction. So this was kind of the first step in our study to understand post-disaster reconstruction with a greater depth. What are the differences? So the factor that the question talks about, the perceived urgency to complete the reconstruction, is, I would say, one of the most unique factor or unique difference that we found between regular construction and post-disaster reconstruction. Since the government of Nepal was offering, or maybe is offering, financial assistance to the homeowners, we saw that there is a urgency to complete the reconstruction, which often force the workers to work harder, or maybe look over some of the safety factors they might perceive. So that's why we thought it's a very unique factor that we should focus on.
Thank you, Mr. Odin. I have a second question for you, which came from Mr. Rujan Kayastha. He put the question on Zoom. The question is, my home is Bhaktapur, and nice presentation of my town regarding financial management. Hundreds of thousands of homes are still not reconstructed due to lack of money. With less support from government, they are residing inside buildings and at higher risk. Do you have any findings or solution on this?
Well, that's a very interesting point, and that's a very good question. So we also saw that during our study, we also found that these things are happening, that the progress of reconstruction is not as much as people would have expected, and the progress has been a little slow. We have to understand that there are a lot of contributing factors behind this itself. So I would say this can be a different study by itself, and we may be focusing on this in the future, that why the buildings are not being reconstructed at a faster pace, or maybe with more efficiency and effectiveness. So yeah, that's a great question, and we can look forward to it in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Odin. Thank you again. Now, Dr. Ashok Shrestha will introduce the presenter of the next presentation.
Thank you, Ranji. Okay, we have the last presentation of this session 1. So this presentation again from Mr. Jamil Udin. Yeah, he is the graduate research assistant at the North Carolina State University. And the title of the presentation is Construction Workers' Health and Safety During Post-Disaster, a case study of the Bhaktapur, Nepal. Okay, Jamil, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is SM Jamiluddin. I'm a graduate research assistant at the Department of Civil Construction and Environmental Engineering at NC State University. The topic of today's presentation is construction workers' health and safety during post-disaster reconstruction. It is a case study in Bhaktapur, Nepal. This study was conducted under the supervision of Dr. Nipesh Pradhananga, Associate Professor and Graduate Program Director of MOS Department of Construction Management at Florida International University. So fatalities due to the natural disaster. Between 2000 to 2017, in 17 years, more than 1.3 million people in the world lost their lives, and more than 1 million others got injured. In 2019 itself, there were 396 disasters that were recorded, which claimed more than 11,000 lives. And additionally, 95 million people were impacted by these disasters. Disasters have significant economic costs globally, approximately $232 billion every year. When it comes to the construction industry is a page of one. As you can see from the graph, in 2018 itself, construction industry had the highest number of fatality among other industries. From 2000 to 2018, more than 15,000 workers were killed in construction workplaces. This data led us to believe that construction workers, when they work in PDR situation, post-disaster reconstruction situation, they get more exposed to health and safety issues. Thus, the objective of this study is to understand the health and safety status of the construction workers during post-disaster reconstruction operations, and also to identify the major factors affecting the health and safety of the workers. The context of the study was Nepal, since Nepal was hit by 7.8 Richter scale earthquake in 2015. The earthquake's epicenter was east of Gorkha district. As you can see in the map, Bhaktapur area, which is the case study of our research, was severely crisis hit area. The earthquake claimed approximately 9,000 lives and destroyed hundreds of thousands of buildings and led to an estimated $10 billion economic damage. The study based in the city of Bhaktapur, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site located along the eastern margin of Kathmandu Valley. Many iconic heritages such as Darbar Square and Vatsala Durga Temple were severely damaged in the earthquake. There was also extensive damage to the housing stock, which mostly consisted of brick structures. We chose Bhaktapur, Nepal as our case study because reconstruction works were going on with full swing in this area. So this is an exploratory study, since previous studies have not thoroughly investigated the health and safety factors of construction workers during PDR. The study is grounded in qualitative research methods. Semi-structured questionnaire was designed in order to get more information from the respondents, since semi-structured questions allow the respondents to open up more and give more information based on their experiences. In total, 38 PDR stakeholders were interviewed from the area of Bhaktapur, Nepal. Qualitative data analysis approach was adopted for this analysis. We used a software called NVivo, which is very useful in qualitative data analysis. First, we conducted word frequency analysis to see what are the words that the respondents have been using to identify the key factors and key themes of related to this health and safety. Then a first and second R cycle coding technique was applied to the data. The findings suggest that there are no less than 9 factors that affect the health and safety of construction workers during PDR operations. Lack of personal protective equipment. More than 84% of the respondents talked about this. Lack of safety training. More than 66% respondents mentioned this. Poor debris management was mentioned by more than 76%. Involvement of immigrant workers came up as an issue and mentioned by more than 57% of the respondents. Mental health of the workers was mentioned by more than 71%. Use of unskilled workforce, that was mentioned by 78% of the respondents. Cluster reconstruction syndrome, that was mentioned by 76% of the respondents. Participation of community people, which was mentioned by 68% of the respondents. And finally, distraction factors, which was mentioned by 68% of the respondents. The lack of personal protective equipment. Personal protective equipment was one of the most effective ways to deal with many construction hazards. About 2 million workers are at risk of work-related injuries each year, and at least 25% of them can be protected using personal protective equipment. More than 84% of the respondents agreed that there is a lack of enough and proper personal protective equipment for PDR operations in Bhaktapur area in Nepal. One of the workers said only big companies provide safety equipment. They don't usually get any kind of safety gears in the construction sites. The owners and the general contractors, they are the employer and they're supposed to provide the PPEs to the workers, but they say that we don't provide other workers with safety equipment or any other equipment. So this indicates that there is a lack of personal protective equipment in PDR sites. Lack of safety training. Many of the post-disaster reconstruction related accidents can actually be prevented through proper safety training. According to Nepal Labor Act, which was passed in 2017, Chapter 12 says that employers are responsible for providing necessary safety equipment and training to the workers, and they're completely responsible for the safety and well-being of the workers. 76% of the respondents reported that there is a lack of proper safety training for working in PDR condition. Many of the workers say that they got some sort of training from NRA, but those trainings were based on masonry skills, not for safety. Government officials admitted that they don't have proper manpower or enough facilities to offer safety trainings to the workers. For debris management, according to FEMA, there are 9 types of debris that are produced during different types of disaster, for example, vegetative, construction, demolition, and so on. CDC reports that each of these types of debris has the potential to affect the human health and expose them to illness. Literature has also mentioned that the presence of hazardous and contagious debris make the PDR sites more vulnerable in terms of workers' health and safety. As you can see in the picture that was taken from the reconstruction site, that there are a lot of unorganized debris here and there, and all of them has the potential to expose these workers to some kind of illness. One of the workers said that you never know what is waiting for us in the rubble and the pile of concrete. You can get trapped, you can get bitten by venomous snake or spiders. You never really know what risk is waiting for you. Involvement of immigrant workers, importing workers from nearby countries and regions is an ancient practice. Among several other reasons, cheap labor is one of the prime reasons for importing workers. Fletcher et al. And Leon in 2009, they identified a trend of importing workers to PDR projects because of both cost and unavailability of required workers. And literature has also reported that the workers that are imported from other countries or other areas are exploited in terms of wage and safety. And that led us to believe that the same scenario might happen in Nepal, but we investigated and found that no major issue with immigrant workers exists except for language barrier. But as long as one common language exists, for example, Hindi or Nepali or Nepali, which is common between the general contractor, the workers, and all the stakeholders, respondents reported no major drawbacks. Mental health of the worker is a big issue in PDR sites. Construction is a hazardous and stressful job, and it often creates stress, fatigue, and PTSD symptoms among the workers. CDC reports that reason behind suicidal behaviors among workers are stress, fatigue, and PTSDs also. Studies has also reported that construction workers are 2.5 times more likely to commit suicide than any other professionals. And working at PDR sites often leads these people to PTSD. We have to remember that PDR workers are also survivors of these disasters. One of the workers reported that they're under stress all the time, and they have seen so many disturbing scenarios while working on PDR sites. And this particular worker, he even found a dead body under the rubbles, which disturbed him a lot mentally. So this is a big issue that we have to focus on in terms of health and safety of construction workers. An effective way to meet the need of required amount of construction workers is using unskilled workers. There's a trend of using unskilled workers in PDR projects that was identified in other studies and in other cases. Studies have also shown that even the skilled workers are prone to construction hazards and accidents. So the question is how safe these unskilled workers are at PDR site. In our study, all the contractors and owners agreed that they tend to hire unskilled workers because of lack of skilled workers. More than 78% of the respondents reported some case of using unskilled workers in the work site. Faster reconstruction syndrome is generated due to the housing assistance that was offered by the government of Nepal. The government of Nepal offered 300,000 Nepalese rupees to the homeowners in 3 installments. And that created an unintended consequence in terms of health and safety and also the quality of the construction. One of the owners, he agreed that he always pressurized the workers to finish the job early because he needs to get the financial assistance from the government. And the workers also say that they are always in rush and they're always pressurized by their owner or the general contractor to finish the work, which compromises the health and safety. Participation of community people is one way to deal with the lack of construction workers in the construction process. Also, although the government, NGOs, and scholars encourage participation of community people, the safety is still compromised in the PDR sites. Studies has expressed the concern regarding the little knowledge and applicability of this solution to the shortage of workers during PDR phase. In our study, more than 68% of respondents reported that the involvement of community people in reconstruction, while it helps in speeding up the work, it compromises the health and safety of both the workers and community people. One of the workers reported that the owner of the house was trying to help them, but she was wearing a traditional dress, which is a sari, and her cloth got stuck under some bricks and she got unbalanced and tripped over. And this kind of situation can take place at any time during post-disaster reconstruction situations. And the last factor is distraction. Distraction can affect the hazard recognition and lead to poor safety performance at workplaces. More than 68% of the respondents reported that they're always distracted to some extent while working at PDR. Reasons being worrying about the aftershocks or another hit, thinking about the family members' well-being, being depressed, and distraction from unwanted scenarios, for example, finding dead bodies under the rubble. Summary would be no significant body of literature focusing on construction workers' health and safety during post-disaster reconstruction was found during this study. There are no less than 9 contributing factors to the health and safety of the workers during PDR. Although some of the challenges in PDR operations could be faced in regular construction, these challenges are exacerbated in post-disaster kind of context. And some of the challenges are unique in disaster context, for example, disaster risk management, mental health, participation of community people, and so on. The study's limitation is that the study cannot be generalized. Since it's a case study, authors have focused on reconstruction projects, both housing and infrastructure, taking in the specific place. This study is the first step in exploring the bigger issues in the health and safety of PDR context, and further case studies and quantitative studies are required to understand the health and safety situation of the workers in PDR context in greater. That would be all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jamil. Yeah, that's a great presentation. Yeah, safety is the #1 priority in our construction, and you are doing your research in that area. That's really appreciable. We have a couple of questions here. Like the first question to you in the Zoom is how to bring this into the practice in Nepal soon.
Well, that's a very good question. I would say the government of Nepal and the responsible authorities should take the steps to bring the safer practice of construction, and especially reconstruction at this time, to bring in Nepal. Students and researchers from like us, we can just we can suggest, we can find the ways, but the implication depends on the authorities mainly.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And the second question here from the Rosengeist in the Zoom is, municipalities were doing safety drills before 2015 earthquake, but were not effective during the earthquake due to the lack of PPEs. Due to this, many have lost their lives. Even nowadays, people are not ready to take the safety measures, and the safety is not the first priority. Safety first are only limited to big projects. There may be psychological and behavioral the issues related to. So do you have any suggestion on that and how you can overcome this situation?
That's a great point and a great question. So as you have rightly pointed, that safety is not the first priority in developing countries like in the Southeast Asia mostly. Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, you name it, safety is not the first priority. In developed countries like the US, UK, and Canada, maybe Australia too, safety is taken very seriously these days. I think, as I said in my last question and answer, that the government should take the major step in this. There are a lot of in place safety practices, best practices that can be adopted. So I think the government and the authorities should take the step in adopting these practices. And as you also said, the psychological and behavioral issues related. Yes, obviously there are psychological and behavioral issues related to the construction workers, and excuse me, especially in the PDR context, because most of these workers are also survivors of the earth. I'm not from Nepal, but if I were, I would have been shocked even after 5 years. So after the this kind of big impact of earthquake. So obviously psychological and behavioral issues are there. I think counseling for these workers can be implemented in place so that they get the proper guidance in how to tackle these psychological and behavioral problems, especially while working at the PDR sites.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. We have 2 more questions, but I think we have just 15 minutes of time slot is gone. So I think we have the 2 questions from Deepesh Dawari and Upendra Karna. We will forward these questions to the Udit, and yeah, he will be happy to responding maybe through the email or something else.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to answer any of the questions.
Okay, all right. So at the concluding of this session 1, so Rajanji, so do you have any concluding sentence or something?
Can I say a few words? Thank you very much, Dr. Kisi and Mr. Udin, for excellent and thought-provoking presentations. You have come up with some very novel ideas related to the post-reconstruction phase of Nepal, and frequent occurrence of earthquakes in Nepal is a matter of concern to the Nepalese diaspora across the globe. And these 4 abstracts presented in this session reflect such concern. Now, I would like to add that Nepalese Association of Houston, American Society of Nepalese Engineers, in collaboration with American Nepal Foundation and Computer Association Nepal USA, had prepared a position paper on earthquake preparedness and disaster relief in Nepal. This is the position paper. That's on May 1st, 2015. It's post the main shock 7.8 magnitude earthquake, Gorkha earthquake, and prior to the big aftershock 7.3 magnitude earthquake in the Dorkha region in Nepal. And the back-to-back earthquakes in Haiti and Chile in 2010 served as a wake-up call for the Nepalese diaspora. and which compelled me to write a paper on necessity of earthquake preparedness in Nepal, was widely published online as well as in several publications. I also published a paper on the Himalayan Times regarding the lessons learned from the Gorkha 2015 earthquake in Nepal. And now in the Intersection magazine, my paper on the 2015 Gorkha earthquake in Nepal, analysis and recommendations, will be coming out next month. Thank you everybody for your participation, active participation, for your questions. It was very enlightening, and I thought everybody had a great time. Thank you. With this, I would like to conclude this session number 1 of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. We will take a quick 2 minutes break, and then we will start the technical session number 2. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Thank you. Madanji and Jivanji, you are on.
Thank you. So we are ready to go.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a technical session 2 of the today's conference, and the title is Innovation in Electronics and Robotics and AI. And myself, Madan Baral, and a co-chair, Jivan Ningleku. We are running this session, and we have 4 presenters. The first one is about lasers, and I like to invite Mr. Vikas Nakarmi. He's from Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics from China, and also the The co-author is also from same school, Silong Pan from Nanjing University. And the title of the paper is Lasers Enabling Modern Digital Photonics in Computing and Microwave Photonics in Radar System. Please welcome Vikas Nakarmi.
Hello, everyone. So first, I would like to thank the ASNEngr Association for giving me opportunity to present some of my works in this presentation. So my topic is on lasers enabling modern digital photonics in computing and microwave photonics. So I'm working as a professor in Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and my main focus of research is on the digital communication, microwave photonics, and the digital photonics, which are used for the computing and the radar purposes. So the presentation is divided into 4 sections. First is introduction, then I will talk about the digital photonics, then we will go to the microwave photonics, and I will conclude my talk. So the basic of the laser principle. So before we going to the optical digital microwave photonics or the digital photonics, so the main component of the photonics is the laser, right? So that is the light source. So when I say the light source, it is just the analogous to the oscillator. So whether that may be the electronics oscillator or the bulk laser or the semiconductor laser or even the mechanical oscillators, just like pendulum, the basic 3 parameters should be there. So that is, one is the feedback. If you see over here, one is the feedback. The another is the gain parameter and the power supply, right? So this feedback and this gain is used in order to compensate the loss, so that you will have the oscillation signal at the output. So same thing when we talk about the lasers or in the optical domain, what you will have is you have the mirrors, and if it is in the semiconductor laser, the semiconductor is cleaved in the side, so that this will give the feedback system, because this has the reflectivity. Similarly, you have the reflectivity. So the 3 components is maintained as this way. This mirror will act as a feedback, this will act as a gain medium, and this as a power supply, right? So the source. So no matter whatever lasers or in whichever oscillation, you need to have those 3 things. So I will not go detail on those things, how you will generate that one. But if you are interested, then we can talk on later things. So the another fundamental things to get the oscillations or the laser is that in the steady state, it should have the gain equals to loss, right? So the basic output of the laser diode will be like multimode. You can see the different modes over here, right? So the only those modes will be sustained which have the gain is higher than the loss. But in the steady state, as you need to have the oscillation, you need to have the gain equals to loss. If gain is become greater than loss, then it will be, we will call as a overdamped oscillation, right? So if less, then we call the underdamped laser oscillation. So what I want to say is laser is nothing, but it's simply as a oscillations. So we can have different type of oscillation as I shown over here. So mostly I'm working on the Fabry-Perot laser diode. So why Fabry-Perot laser diode? And you have the different type of Fabry-Perot laser diode also. So mostly the Fabry-Perot laser diode will be the multimode as I shown over before. So what we did is we modified that Fabry-Perot laser diode with the external cavity. We put the another cavity in that one so that you can get only the one mode. You can see here only the one mode. So this is manufactured in our lab itself. So we propose this idea. So during this one, we can get the contrast ratio of SMSR of 34 dB, and you can have the tunability of up to 10 nanometers. So you have the SMSR of 33 to 27. So this is the basic things how we can obtain the single mode FPLD. So why single mode FPLD is we have the different advantages, just like low current and power. We have the simple configuration, and the cost of this Fabry-Perot laser diode you can obtain in single mode FPLD, you can get about within the $50 to $75. Whereas if you go to the other type of single mode laser diode, just like DFP or the pixels, it will cost at least about $100 to $50 or $200, right? Sorry, it costs more than $300. So that's why this is low cost, and it is compatible with the many sensors. So that's why also we have this single mode FPLD. FPLD. So this is shows the development stage of our FPLD, how we work. So first we developed in 2006, then we went to 2010 for making the digital photonics, then we go to the signal processing, then from 2015 we started the microwave photonics. So the basic of the optical signal processing, no matter whichever field we go, is the controlling of the input beam. The sum of the parameter of input beam should be controlled by the another beam. So whether that parameter may be the amplitude or the phase or the polarization, anything. So if you control some of the parameter of the input beam, then we can say that as a optical signal processing, or there is the photonics. So we know that there are many advantages why we need the optical domain signal processing, right? So these are some of the advantages. So based upon those advantages, so the main principle, as I said, is you have to have the control of the one signal, right? So if you see over here, this is the laser beam output, and you did the external beam from tunable laser. So when you inject this beam, you can see it is suppressed, right? So that is one of the techniques of doing the controlling of the amplitude. So that one we call as injection locking. So during injection locking, you can get the many phenomena, just like we see the amplitude here is the magnitude suppressed. So sometimes we can get the phase changes, or we can change the polarization. So that is the basic principle of operating of the laser diode. So as I said, the photonics is applied in the many applications, but we'll try to discuss about the digital photonics and microwave photonics in this presentation. So there are some of the related projects that are working on the optical domain in all around the worldwide, and the red one is the project that I'm handling over these days. So the first thing is digital photonics. So as we know that digital photonics means that include about the digitization of the signal, that includes of main of the component, the logic gate, right? So the main proposition of mine is the making of ALU, optical ALU. I know all of you know that the electronics ALU. As I said, the advantages of this can be obtained in this optical. So we developed the optical ALU. So this is the basic structure of ALU diagram, and this we try to integrated the circuit. So we almost finished all the logic gates, integration of logic gates. Now we are connecting all the integrated circuit into the single unit. So the another case is in the memory accessing. If we talk about the memory, these days we can see that processing performance is very high. But what we are not able to do is we are not able to do increase the memory performance. So this is one big challenge for us. So that's why we can see the bigger performance gap. So our target was, another target was is to reduce this performance gap. So how we can do this? By using the optical technique. So in the optical techniques, we have to call something like the wavelength division multiplexing. So using that concept of wavelength division multiplexing, we demonstrated the 4x4 memory accessing techniques. So which will increase which will decrease that performance gap to the 25% decrease on the performance gap. So this is how we demonstrate the 4x4 memory access using the same single mode laser diode. So the another part I'm discussing is the microwave photonics. So what is the microwave photonics? It is the interdisciplinary research between the radio wave frequency and the engineering photonics. So in the microwave photonics, unlike the electronics are radio frequency. So we do the photonics generation, and the transmission will be done in the optical domain. But when you are transmitting at the transmitter side, then we need to change that into the electrical signal. So that is the basic of the microwave photonics, where we use the photonics. So in this part, we use the photonics part. So what are the advantages of, there are different types of signal. We can generate the RF signal by using the different techniques which are shown over here, right? So where we can use the microwave photonics is mainly in the communication, as you know that the 5G and these are going, and one of the most use of microwave photonics in the radar system. The another is in the biomedical, for the biomedical sensors. So if you talk about the radar, like the mobile communications, we have also in the radar, we have the 1st G, 2nd G, 3rd G, 4th G, and 5th G. So up to now, what we are in you are in the 4th G. So we are moving from 4th G to the 5G. So here I said, okay, what does the 1st G, 2nd G, 3rd G, and 5G related to with the radar domain? So why we need the microwave photonics? Why not in the electronics radar system? Is because the photonics radar system will give the multiple of advantage, just like it will give the high frequency range, it will give the higher bandwidth, it have the larger array capacity, right? So how we can get those different type of next generation radar are, for next generation radar, we need this thing, right? So how we can get that, we can use the different these techniques to get those next generation radar properties. So in the, as I said, that due to the traditional electronics, there are some disadvantages. So we have overcome through this microwave photonics. So as I said, in the microwave photonics, we give the high resolution, low transmission, multifunctions, and the multi-dimensional multiplexing. So due to this, we can get the next generation radar. So the basic principle, basic of the radar microwave photonics, the generation of the microwave signals and the processing of that one. You can see that you have the OEO structure. So you have the here is optical domain, then you have the PD, then again you have the from your RF oscillator, again we do the optical domain. So there is the OEO oscillator. So how we generate the OEO structure is shown in this experiment setup. So due to this one, if you see, this is the simple structure, but we can get the same, with the same structure, we can get the different 4 band of signals, KU, K, Ka, and phi signal. So this is quite simple, and the signal quality is much better. So which we cannot do by in the electric domain. So this is the OEO we develop in our university. So which also the 35 dB higher performance in the phase noise. So the basic fundamental thing of the radar detection is the generation of the LFM signal. LFM signal means linearly frequency modulated signal. So if you see in this figure, this is the transmitted signal, this is the reflected back received signal. So we know this time delay of the transmitter signal and receiver signal, then we can know how far is that signal, right? So that's why we generate the LFM signal. So this is the techniques of generating the LFM signal, and we can see by this simple techniques, we can generate a different various band of LFM signal and various types of LFM signal with the carrier frequency different and central frequency different and a different band. So by using these LFM signals and these techniques, here in this figure, we show how we detect the imaging of this object. So here is the NUA detection. So here is this fan is moving. So we see by this radar, we see this moving fan. So we have the resolution of 1.3 centimeter as of now. So similarly, we detect with this drone moving, right? So the first all optical radar is demonstrated by the Italy group, and they were able to detect the Boeing and the ships like this one. So still we need to modify on this one. So the purpose of the next step of this radar is we try to cooperate the AI techniques or the deep learning techniques to make it as a cognitive radar or the self-independent, or you can say the self-recognizing the target, and they will automatically change all the waveform and this thing for detecting the object. So this is our ongoing projects. So what are the advantages of digital photonics? In the conclusion, what I want to say is that as I said, that it has the larger bandwidth, power effective, low noise, and high flexibility in the digital photonics. If you see in the micro photonics also, same thing. Right. So I would like to thank all of my partner university for the collaboration and the different funding agency to complete these projects. And also what I'm doing for Nepal is that we are trying to export this technology to Nepal, and we are collaborating with the Samaran Engineering. So with them, we are doing some of the structural health monitoring and then again, we are doing some laser scanning for the structural health monitoring. So if you guys are anyone interested, you can join with us for the further cooperation. So thank you for everyone. So if you have any questions, or if you want to know any detail, you can ask me. I will try my best to respond to you. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas Nakarmi. Now it's a Q&A session for Vikas ji. We have one question from Jivan. The question is 5G technology you talk here is the same as 5G cellular technology? Mr. Vikaji,
okay. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for the opportunity. the 5G for the mobile and the 5G for the radar techniques are little different. So on the basis of the frequency range that we use in the 5G mobile and the 5G we use in the radar are little different. So if we talk about in the radar system, as presently for the 4G we use in the band of about 25 gigahertz. But when we go for the 5G, the main purpose of why we are seeing the 5G for the radar is they will consider about the scattering properties and also the like still planes. So to detect those still planes, not only the present radar system is you detect the signal that is reflected back from the object. But in the still technology, what they do is they don't reflect back that signal, but they reflected backside of their body. So that's why we cannot detect in the we cannot detect the still material on this present 4G radar. So in order to detect that one, we use the different type of the antenna and the transmitter and receiver antenna configuration. And for that case, we need the AI and the deep learning. So we are working on that one. So in the 5G in the mobile communication and the 5G in the radar systems are totally different. So only the one common parameter is the frequency that we may be using, even though that is in the gigahertz range, but still those frequency range are in the separate side.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas Nakarmi. It's a great presentation and very helpful for our society as well as all the viewers. And now, thank you for your being participating from.
Yeah, thank you very much.
From from Nanjing University, China. Now we are going to the next part of the presentation, and Mr. Jiwan Ningleku will be taking over.
Thank you, Madanji. Namaste. My name is Jiwan Ningleku, and my profession, I'm a research engineer. It's a great opportunity to administer this session on innovation in electronics, robotics, and AI. Next up, we have an interesting presentation from Dr. Manoj Karki. He is associate professor at Washington State University, and his research deals with application of artificial intelligence in crop agriculture. And his title of presentation is Artificial Intelligence and Robotics in Specialty Crop Agriculture. So I would like to welcome Dr. Manoj Karki for presentation. Dr. Karki, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody from Pacific Northwest. Good afternoon to the folks in the East Coast, and greetings for all the participants and audience from around the world. This is Manoj Karki from Washington State University. I'll be talking about the role AI and robotics are playing or can play in various aspects of agriculture, particularly focusing on producing specialty crops, which include fruit and vegetables. So first, agricultural mechanization was recognized as one of the most important engineering achievements of 20th century. I believe it was recognized as number 6 or number 7 out of 100 achievements recognized. It was recognized to be one of the revolutionary achievements because we developed various kinds of machines like this one for tilling the field that could replace thousands of workers while maintaining consistency and precision in doing a lot of farming operations, again, such as tilling the field. Other examples could include these kinds of planters that can operate in a field in collaboration or cooperation among multiple of them. We have developed boom sprayers like this to control various kinds of pests in agriculture. We have developed row crop harvesters like these for harvesting corn and soybean. We have also developed harvesters like these for sugarcane. And in recent years, and let's say recent decades, we have also developed auto guidance systems similar to self-driving cars, for example. These kinds of tractors have been in operation for at least 10, 15, 20 years now, driving on their own in desired or provided trajectories like these straight lines created with a GPS facilitated or auto guidance system. However, the benefit of all these technologies have been in what we call row crops or annual crops. When it comes to production of fruit and vegetable crops, we still are limited in terms of what we could do with the automated robotic systems. We're still relying a lot on human labor to do it. Let's look at these two pictures. One on our left was captured around 80, 90 years ago in Virginia. The one on our right was captured just a couple of years ago here in Washington, except for the fact that one on our left is a black and white picture and one on our right is the color. The way we harvest apples have not changed at all. For that matter, a lot of field operations like these have not changed for centuries and centuries. And with the advent of artificial intelligence, such as deep learning techniques and advanced sensing computational technologies, as well as robotic technologies that we have gotten in recent years, I believe we deserve better, and I believe we could do better than how it is done now. So just to summarize, not we started working in this area recently. There has been long research and development, but only limited commercial success so far. A couple of aspects why we were limited in the past, particularly is because of the speed, accuracy, and robustness, or the lack of those performance measures to the desired level that we'd like them to be, so that these systems could be practically and commercially adaptable. Second, these techniques might cause producer plant damage, which is always undesirable because we want to keep them healthy and in good quality. Cost and lack of adoption is another challenge. So my research program at Washington State University Center for Precision and Automated Agricultural Systems have been focusing on developing various robotic solutions for farming operations. One of those areas I have been focusing on in the last 10 years or so is apple and cherry harvesting. We're developing both what we call mass and robotic harvesting systems. When I say mass harvesting, it involves some sort of secker or some other mechanisms that can harvest multiple fruit at a time. Robotic harvesting refers more to selective picking of one fruit at a time. Different types of end effectors, which are the end part of a robotic system, the hand part of the system, different catching mechanisms for capturing fruit, particularly when we're using mass harvesting techniques, and different robotic systems by integrating all those components together. So one of the examples of these efforts is in automated cherry harvesting. We have developed an improved mechanical harvesting system for sweet cherries, like the ones we can see here. And then we have aided automation on top of it, or aiding automation on top of it using camera systems to detect where the branches are and then go reach them automatically. Robotic harvesting of apples has been another big area for my team in the past, again, 5-6 years. We have developed a prototype in our lab and then recently have collaborated with a company to develop a full-scale machine like the one we see on our right. It has 12 vans, 6 on our left, 6 on our right, picking apples the way we can see here. In addition, we are also developing automated robotic solutions for various types of field activities that include robotic pruning of branches, robotic pollination of flowers, and robotic thinning of flowers and green fruits so that we can achieve desired amount of crop with desired quality in these kinds of orchards. Here is a quick example of an automated pruning system. A robotic pruning system. This system automatically finds where tree branches are, finds out which one needs to be cut out or pruned out, and then gets there to prune it out. This has been tested in the laboratory condition right now, as you can see, but we're also planning to take it to the field in the next few months. Another robotic solution we have developed is for what we call red raspberry crop. Red raspberries are those little berries we call anselu in Nepali. We have developed a solution that can go grab the canes of these crops and bring them together and apply an adhesive tape so that these crops can stand still, stand upright and firm for good production, as well as for helping with the automated harvesting. So here's a quick example of how it works. It gets there. And it has a mechanism to go around the bundle cans and apply an adhesive tape. We have also been working on developing robotic solutions for automated or robotic weeding in vegetable crops like onion and carrots. We identify or differentiate between the plants we want and the weeds that need to be removed, and using a camera and deep learning system or some sort of machine vision system, and apply chemical precisely on top of them, or use a mechanical tool to precisely remove them from the field. Another area for our research and development have been the use of drones in deterring birds from various fruit crops so that they don't damage the crop, and so that we can benefit farmers. As we can see from this bar chart, the impact of the drones flying over wine grapes to protect this crop has been significant. Finally, another important area for research and development in our lab has been the use of cell phone-based applications to do various field operations. One of them is to detect, count, and estimate crop load in apple orchards and wine grape vineyards. We're also expanding this to include virus detection and things like that. So with that, I want to spend another minute or so talking about challenges and opportunities for smaller scale farming. Some of the constraints include for this kind of robotic systems to be applicable. There are constraints like conventional crops and cropping practices, difficult field terrain. For countries like Nepal and many other developing countries, labor migration has been a challenge. Limited availability and higher cost of farming resources has been another important limitation. I think the opportunities to address those constraints or challenges would be around increasing the productivity and farm gate value by breeding local varieties and improving cropping systems, and also combining biology and technology into a systems approach. Wider research and extension services would also be impactful in this kind of situation. Access to and efficient use of farming resources such as water and labor is also an important area. With that, and thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some of the work we do and some of my thoughts about how we could potentially bring these kinds of technologies to developing countries like Nepal. Certainly within this limited time, I have limited my thoughts within a minute or so. if anybody's interested, we can discuss more in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karki. This was a fascinating presentation. We got to not only hear you, but also look at the demonstration and actually see how these robots are actually performing their work in the field. We have several questions from the web. So the first question is via Zoom from Subhas Gupta. He asks, what is the possibility of using robotics and artificial intelligence in Nepal's agriculture sector? Can Nepalese farmers afford these new technologies? Dr. Karki?
Good morning, everybody from Washington, and good afternoon and greetings around the world. I apologize for speaking from a car due to some travel arrangements that was in place before this schedule was announced. Anyway, very good question. That has always been a question I face, and I try to answer the way I could. May not be always the convincing one you would like to hear. There are a couple of things. One, research and development that are going on around the world may not directly be applicable to a lot of things we do in Nepal. That is valid for agriculture as well. However, it doesn't have to be translated exactly the way it is. What the vision and the efforts and the direction should be, in my opinion, is that to learn from what we do and do some contextual what we call Nepalima भन्छौँ नि हामी माटो सुहाउँदो खालको त्यस्तो खालको research. We need to do it in Nepal, practical applied research to adapt what we do here to the situations, the context that we have in Nepal. But that said, there are a few things that actually robotics and artificial intelligence actually enable us to do. For example, anywhere you go, working on deep learning technique would not be any different. Certainly you need a $5,000 computer maybe, which is 5 lakhs. But once you have that, whether you sit in Silicon Valley or Kathmandu, I think you could do as much, or at least comparable. The other aspect of it is that with robotics, we are developing relatively small machines that could be more appropriate for small scale farming compared to like very big 1,000 horsepower tractors that we have been using in US fields. So that's one direction potentially helpful. Another, technologies like drones are already applicable to our farming. Like it costs you what, 400, 500 bucks. You get a reasonable one, those like DJI Phantoms, and you could do a lot of things with it, observing crops, what's happening, is there any challenges. So there are technologies already could be adopted, and there are, I think, more efforts there needs to be more efforts to adopt some of the other ones that we're working on. Well, within this short time, perhaps we cannot discuss it as much, but I would be happy to have more discussion. I actually have a long presentation that talks exactly like this.
Sure. Following up on that, are we in the end of manual farming? Are we in the beginning of the end of manual farming? What do you think?
My hypothesis is that, or at least my philosophy is that we need to be going towards completely autonomous farming. That doesn't mean that we would not be involved. We'll be involved in a way, for example, how military drones are flown over Afghanistan from Phoenix. We should be able to sit here in this cave or in my house and be able to do everything in the farm. One example, there is a farm in New Zealand. The owner and everybody else live 200 kilometers away. They have 1,000 cows. They go to barns, they're grazing, everything automated. They come back, automated milking, everything is there. So it's already possible, but there is still a lot of work to be done. We want to make farming safer and more joyful and more attractive to young people as well, and allow them to be able to work remotely and work more towards manufacturing machines, maintaining machines, supervising machines, and operating and maintaining remotely rather than working with machine in the field, which is more dangerous, labor intensive, laborious, and has a lot of health and safety issues.
Absolutely. So I'll take another question from the web. This comes from Mr. Thakur Dhakal. He says, Dr. Karki, it was a great presentation in Nepal. As an agricultural country, how effective would it be in Nepal? I think Dr. Karki answered a part of it before. Are those technologies useful, especially in mountainous part of Nepal? I think it was kind of covered, but if you would like to add anything.
Yeah, very good question. I want to add just one quick thing. These advances in robotic sensing and data analytics, image processing techniques have allowed us to dream to automate almost everything that happens in farming. I'm not saying it is already there. I'm not saying we may have it in the next couple of years. But for example, in our hillside farming, terraced farming, they're already using Hathe tractor to some extent. And I'm trying actually to establish some research project that would automate that Hathe tractor with some low-cost sensors and deep learning so that the person behind that tractor could actually go milk the cow, get some food or get it to grazing, whatever it is. So I want to have those Hathe tractors completely automated. I think it is possible. I think there are technologies, more modular technologies, smaller robots that could be affordable and adaptable to even our hillside farming. It's not there yet, but I believe we are heading to that direction.
Wonderful. I also think that if we use drones to at least plant those seeds, maybe there will be less child labor, and they get some opportunity to go to school instead of farming. So
I think drone has even other applicabilities, such as applying any pest control materials. You don't have to be in that toxic environment yourself. Drones have been used quite widely in Japan and some part of USA. They are more suitable for small farming like ours. And there have been a lot of research in Pakistan and India. I supervise some of those teams, so they are doing this kind of research. So drone is one example. It has a lot of applicability, as you mentioned.
We have another question from Modan Baral via Zoom. He asks, what is the cost difference between manual and AI robot harvested product?
Very good question. There are two aspects here. One, availability of labor. Farming, certainly, we all know the value. If we don't harvest, we don't have anything to eat. But we don't have sufficient labor available right now to harvest everything we grow in the United States. Certainly, the problem is similar anywhere you go because of labor migration to commercial activities and foreign countries. We don't have enough labor in Nepal. A lot of land is barren. Same thing is true in China and Brazil and Argentina and India. Anywhere you go, we don't have enough labor to do agriculture. So we are trying to fill the gap of not having enough labor, one. Two, certainly cost is important. And agriculture is such an area where they run in really thin margin. And certainly robots could be developed for anything. There are space robots and military robots. Millions and millions of dollars is spent on those, and they do what you want them to do. But farming is different. You want to do that reliably, accurately, precisely, handling those very delicate materials like strawberries, for example, but at a cost that makes sense for practical applications. So again, we are all kind of biased towards what we do, but I feel like this is one of the most challenging areas for robotics. So there are some economic analysis showing that with what the prototype I showed, I'm working with a commercial company out of Israel to commercialize that machine. our analysis at this time shows that we could do almost with the same amount of cost it takes to harvest manually, but we need to do further study. But then that cost also, we have a benefit of increasing labor cost and decreasing cost of the technology. So even if it is not viable today, it is very likely that it will be viable next year or a year after.
Okay, I don't know how much time we have, but I have, I think, last question. This is just my curiosity. In your research, how was the control done? Is it using cellular technology? Where is this AI, the brain of AI, kept? And how is this set up? How was the setup done?
A very good question. Connectivity becomes one of the bottlenecks in farming. We heard in our previous presentation about 5G. Certainly that was for radar, and 5G is coming in cellular networks as well. I hope the public-private partnership will be in place to provide sufficiently high-speed coverage in farming areas as well. That will enable a lot of activities using cloud computing. Right now, these robots that I showed are independent of network. They run everything within themselves. For machines like the robotic picking machine, we saw like $250,000, $300,000 machines. Adding $1,000 computational unit would not be a challenge. It's possible. Storage, computation, everything is possible to be standalone. But for a lot of other sensing and monitoring and big data and IoT-based technologies, we need connectivity, which is not available in the farming areas. At least I would say most of it, maybe 50, 60, 70% of farming areas that do not have the type of coverage we would like to have. And that's one area people are working on. Hopefully will be better in the future.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Manoj Karki, Assistant Professor at Washington State University, for your time and your presentation. And I wish you luck for all your future research. Thank you very much. And I return control. Sorry, please go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I return control to the session chair, Mother Moralji.
Thank you, Jivanji and Manojji. Our third paper for this session is about solar radiation. It's Mr. Sachin Tripathi, PhD student, is presenting, and is a co-author by Ramesh Bimalla, PhD, professor from University of Connecticut, Stores. And the topics of the paper is analysis of solar radiation absorbed by dome habitat structure on lunar surface. A very interesting paper. So please welcome Sachin Tripathi for his presentation.
Hello everyone, this is Sachin Tripathi, a graduate student at University of Connecticut. Today, I will present a part of our study with the title of Solar Radiation Flux on a Dome Habitat Structure on the Lunar Surface. Dr. Malla is Principal Investigator of this research project. Presentation overview. In today's presentation, I will start with background and importance of this research study. From section 2 to 4, I will talk about research question, presentation objectives, and methodology. Section 5 and 6 provides results and conclusion of this study. Section 7 through 9 consists of ongoing works, acknowledgements, and references. Going into background and importance, human habitation on Moon has been a target of scientists and engineers for a long time now. The construction of such habitat possesses several challenges due to unfavorable environmental conditions, such as hypervelocity, micrometeorite impacts, dangerous radiation exposure, and extreme temperature condition. The diurnal cycle in moon is equal to 29 Earth days, which results in long period of extreme hot and cold temperature conditions. Hence, there is a extreme temperature variation or fluctuation. The major source of temperature is solar radiation. Hence, it is important to evaluate the solar radiation absorbed by any habitat structure on the lunar surface. Going into the importance, the results from this study would serve following two purposes. First, to provide base energy input for power generation systems such as solar panels. Second, to determine the surface temperature of the dome habitat structure to obtain the structural stresses and deflections caused by the extreme lunar environment temperature fluctuation. So the research question stands: what is the amount of the solar radiation does the lunar habitat structure is exposed to throughout the diurnal cycle? The specific objectives of this presentation are as follows. First, to evaluate the solar radiation absorbed by a dome habitat structure on the lunar surface at the equatorial line. Second, to include the self-shadowing effect during the evaluation of the solar radiation. Third, to showcase the duration and time during which each part of the dome structure is subjected to sun. Going into the selection criteria, dome structure was selected as a structure type because there is more floor space without intermediate disruptions, and the structure is much more efficient for the pressurized conditions such as in moon. Lunar equator was selected as the location because it has a high potential to have extreme temperature fluctuation. The structural size of 10-meter diameter was selected because to accompany enough floor space and enough volume to support astronauts' movement. Figure 3 provides the lunar surface thermal balance. The angle between direct solar radiation and normal to the surface is beta S, which is termed as solar angle of incidence. And the solar flux intensity, which is given by the equation presented on the left-hand side of the slide, depends upon it. Hence, the maximum solar flux intensity of 1450 watt per meter square is observed when the solar rays are perpendicular to the surface, that is beta S is equal to 0 degree, and the minimum intensity value of 0 watt per meter square is observed when the solar rays are parallel to the surface, beta S is equal to 90 degree. Figure number 4 provides the solar flux power throughout the lunar cycle on the surface of the moon. The same equation that was used in the previous slide can be modified so that we can implement on the dome structure, and it's given by GS is equal to Fx times GS max times cos theta I, where Fx is control function and is taken as 0 for shadow and 1 for sunlit portion. Theta I is angle between normal unit vector and solar ray unit vector. R is the radial distance, phi is the azimuthal angle from the south direction and varies from 0 to 360 degree. Theta is a polar angle from the zenith or x-axis in the figure 5, and it varies from 0 to 90 degree. Similarly, the equations used to determine solar ray unit vector, dome point normal unit vector, and zenith angle is provided in this slide. Also, the different parameters that has been used in the equations are also presented. Results. Figure 6 provides the plot of solar radiation at the sunrise time. When the sun rises, the bottom portion of the structure facing towards the sun, which is represented by yellow region in figure number 6, receives the maximum solar flux intensity because sun's rays are normal to the habitat structure. At this instant, as the sun is just above the horizon, only half of the structure facing towards the sun is illuminated, while the remaining half is in shadow, which is denoted by blue shaded region in the figure. Figure 7 in this slide provides the solar radiation plot at different dome point during the sunset time. As expected, the base elements due west receives maximum solar flux intensity, which reduces in sinusoidal fashion to be 0 at top element. Horizontal plane beyond phi is equal to 90 degree represents the shaded portion during this time. Figure 8 provides the solar radiation versus time plot at 3 different dome plots. Near the base, due east, top of dome, and base point, due west, which are represented by blue, orange, and yellow line, respectively, in figure number 8. When the sun rises, the base element due east, which is represented by blue line, receives maximum solar flux intensity. With time, this value reduces to minimum of 0 during the solar noon. After this time, the element will be under shadow and receive no solar flux. Similarly, the solar flux intensity plot of top of dome starts with 0 during the sunrise time, which gradually increases to the maximum value at solar noon, and it again gradually decreases to 0 value during the sunset time. This is shown by orange color. Likewise, the base element due west will be under shadow until solar noon and receives maximum solar flux at sunset, which is represented by yellow line in the plot. Conclusions: the methodology provides the accurate or efficient technique to obtain solar flux for the dome structure. 2. Model can also capture the self-shading effect. 3. Model could be used for different geometrical shapes of structure, such as flat, curved surface, etc. Ongoing works. Work is in progress to determine 1. Habitat exterior surface temperature. 2. Temperature through wall thickness. 3. Structural stresses and strains due to extreme lunar surface fluctuations. 4. Optimum orientation of the solar panels for the maximum solar flux intensity and hence maximum power generation. The research team extends its sincere thanks and appreciation to NASA for financially supporting this study under NASA STRI-funded Resilient Extraterrestrial Habitats Institute and University of Connecticut for providing needed facilities and equipment, and our partner universities who have been working together to make this project successful. These are the references that has been used in this presentation today. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sachin Tripathi. We got one question from Zoom. And the question is, maybe I misunderstood. I get to hear about diameter of the dome, but I was not aware of height. If it's a dome structure, height of dome structure should make some impact.
Yeah, that's a really nice question. Thank you. Yeah, you are right. So basically we make hemispherical dome structure, and since it is a hemisphere, the height will be 10 meters as well. So the reason for that is, usually the height of the person or maybe astronauts, it's usually we take that as maybe that's maximum 7 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet, so something like that. And in order to have some room, we provide some extra space. Sometimes we can have, I don't know, maybe some kind of power kind of thing, or maybe, some kind of structure that is required, such as, like maybe robots or something like that. They might have bigger height or something like that. So that was the appropriate size of the structure that we came up after some of our analysis. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin Tripathi. It's a nice paper about solar radiation in lunar. Hopefully, we'll, do that in the near future. Thanks for your paper, and also the paper author, our founder president, Mr. Ramesh Malla. Now, next topic. Thank you. Next topics will be handled by our chair, Jiwan Ninglekhu.
Thank you, Madan Baralju. This would be the last presentation of our this portion of technical session. The title of the presentation is Societal Impact of Data Science, and it is from Chicago Machine Learning Team. The authors are Kiran Khanal, Syam Adhikari, and Ankur Sharma. So I would like to welcome one of the authors. I'm not sure, but maybe it's Kiran Khanal to present this topic. Welcome, Mr. Kiran Khanalji. The floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Today, we're going to present a small talk on societal impact of data science. Today's presenters are Ankur Sharma and Kiran Khanal. Here is a brief outline. We'll briefly touch on each of these topics today. So what is data science? Whether we like it or not, data is everywhere. We are already a huge amount of data generated every day in digital universe. All of our data presence, such as browse, clicks, likes, shopping, and banking are in fact data. We're going to present how data science has been impacted in every aspect of our life. Data science is industry agnostic. Think of any sector, such as healthcare, business, agriculture, and many more. Data science is widely used. Each sectors are collecting trillions terabytes of data to better serve humanity and provide meaningful impact to the mankind. To further dive into deeper into data science and machine learning, I will request Kiran to walk us through it.
Extracting information from data is not new. We have been doing that in traditional research of all domains using quantitative and computational tools. However, extracting information from large number of data is a daunting task for a human, even with modern computing tools. What makes data science unique is, in addition to those quantitative tools and programming tools, it also uses machine learning technique. Next. Raw data could be structured or unstructured form, and they come in different formats, in numerical form, text, or any other format. After cleaning and preparing data, we teach rules to machine with some input data. Then machine learns those rules from those labeled input examples, we feed them, and able to generalize to predict correctly for new unseen examples. Next. Intentions based on our purchases, clicks, comments, and then they predict what they could offer next for us. For example, there are recommendation systems everywhere. Most common one is the Amazon recommendation system, or whenever we buy some product, it recommends us the group of products we may be interested to buy based on our shopping history and pattern. Netflix recommends movies, and many more such recommendation systems are around us. Now we are culturally in saturated feedback loop where our behaviors change products and products change behaviors. Not only on businesses, due to advancement of AI research, driverless cars are not fiction anymore. Also, AI application on healthcare has also been growing for disease diagnosis and prevention. Next. So AI field has been advancing, and this advancement in AI is making the machine learning models more robust, where they can solve complex data-driven problems with the help of deep structural network, mimicking human neural network, which falls under the deep learning methods. Next. So as we mentioned, machine learns from labeled data, which falls on the supervised learning model, where it can predict for the unseen data, learning some rules. However, machine learning can also be implemented for the area where we do not have labeled data, based on the pattern and features on the data as is on the unsupervised learning method. With this, I will hand over to Dr.
So let's talk about ethical and societal impact. Having access to data doesn't mean that you are able to use it any way you like at the cost of someone's identity and privacy. That is why it's important to understand the ethical concern and social responsibilities that a data scientist have towards the community. Ethical concerns. As you already know, data is everywhere and is part of our life. Having access to so much of data poses certain risks. In this section, we'll dive into those risks and mitigation strategies. So what are the risks? The first one, unfair discrimination. If data reflects unfair social bias against sensitive attributes such as race or gender, then the inferences drawn from that data might also be based on the said bias. Reinforcement of human biases. This kind of problem may arise when various computer models are used in making predictions in areas such as insurance, financial loans, and policing. If members of a certain racial group have historically been more likely to default on their loans or payments, or have been more likely to be convicted of a crime, then the models can deem these people more riskier. This doesn't necessarily mean that these people actually engage in more criminal behavior or are worse at managing their money. The last one, but very important one, the lack of transparency on how the data is being used in making a prediction remains unclear. Data may be collected to do a greater deed, but it can turn into a greed when data is combined with other sets of data or variables that will start uncovering the other information that's not intended to start with. So what is our responsibilities? There are certain key areas that needs to be thought of when determining and deciding how to use data. The first one is preserving privacy. Is the data private? Does it single out a single individual or group of individuals? How do we handle the sensitive information in order to not breach the privacy? The next one is avoiding bias. There could be unintended biasness when predicting a pattern in the data. Say, if the data is heavily biased to begin with, or it has higher number of sampling. Let's take an example of, let's say it has a higher number of sampling from the back community. The predictive model will generate biased results. So we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to remove those bias or have a sample that avoids those bias to begin with. And finally, mitigating malicious attacks. Though the intent can be good, there are a lot of spammers and hackers that out there to get at you and compromise your privacy. The best example that we can take off is the Target data breach that happened in 2013, where 40 million customers, credit cards, accounts, and up to 100 million sets of information, such as emails, addresses, and phone numbers were stolen. The information was stolen by the installation of a malware on a company's staff PC. It not only caused them millions of dollars of loss, but also caused them a lot of criticism, loss of trust, and almost cost their business. So in conclusion, the data science, though, is the next big thing, and though it can do fascinating things, we need to be mindful of our social responsibilities towards the community. Having access to data does not mean or does not allow you to do everything that you can. You should always question yourself, is the benefit outweighs the risk? And lastly, put yourself in their shoes. Are you okay being the subject of research? Is it getting in the way of privacy? Is it compromising the ethical aspects of data science? So with this, I end my presentation. And just for any questions, or if you have any ideas or would like to learn more about our data science team or data science in general, please contact the individuals listed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankush Sharma and team, for such a great presentation. We don't have questions from the web, but I really like the presentation, and I may have a few questions. I think it's fairly well discussed over the internet and everywhere that AI is biased, and you presented some of the aspect of bias. And my question is how we can remove the element of bias, where from terabytes of data, how can we achieve that, or is it even possible to achieve that?
So thank you for the opportunity. So let me start, and Kiranji, why don't you jump in? First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Just a quick disclaimer, this presentation is mainly to generate awareness about the importance of data science. We have formed the machine learning team in Chicago, and we are a group of like-minded data enthusiasts who love to explore new ideas and data to uncover new stories and findings. So we meet for every Wednesday for every hour to share ideas and share our learnings. So coming back to your questions. Yes, I mean, there is a huge bias right now, right? And I don't know if we can completely remove those biases, but there are certain machine learning techniques that's available out there that can at least eliminate some kind of bias. I think the main important thing is, how do we choose a sample? When we choose a sample, we have to make sure that it covers every aspect of the genre. To give you a best example of today's perspective on the vaccination, right? I think the efficacy rate of 90% in the vaccination is due to the fact that they haven't taken all the sampling data that could be possible, right? There could be like different kind of patients, infected patients and stuff like that. So there are certain techniques in machine learning that can help remove those biases. But again, it's more of it more depends on the sampling that you generally take. And Kiranji, do you want to add anything on this one?
Yeah, what I say is like in any profession, there is trade-off. As we advance in data science, there is in order to conduct or get information from data, we need data. At the same time, the people who are handling those data is a person. There is some like personal bias that could affect the model, because the AI, what it gives is what we teach the model to perform. So of course there will be the personal bias. That's the one example we saw on our slide was from the NYPD bias to the certain group of racial group. Like in the medical also there is a gender and racial bias that comes from the specialist themselves. That same sort of bias in the data, but since data covers every aspect of our life, so it could alter. So of course the diversity in data is the key that could eliminate in some sort. And also, like in any profession, data scientists should be accountable for what the product or data they bring to implement in the various sector in data science.
Thank you for that wonderful answer. I have another question from Facebook from Vishnu Fuyal. His question is, privacy is also a function of where we are from, influenced by our political system. How artificial intelligence can tackle it universally?
Do you want to take that, Kiranji, or should I?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I think the privacy is a very important factor, and it pretty much depends on the individual yourself, basically how open or how public you want your profile or yourself to be made, right? And there are different ethical practices that's currently in place. Let's say in the like GDPR system where we protect the General Protective Act, and there is for medical there is HIPAA Act, for school there is different acts, right? So all of these acts are there right now to kind of protect individuals' personal information as to how much information should we really make it open to, right? And it does protect our individual rights. But again, as I mentioned earlier in my slide, right? If you are gathering the data for one intent, and if you try to combine those data with your personal information, right? It can uncover different aspects of your habits, your behavior, and can make yourself at risk of being exposed or data or your data being breached or your personal access being compromised, basically. So I think it's very important to know as an individual how much data you want to share. Everything is public right now, right? And as a data scientist, it's our responsibility as well, and it's the responsibility of the entire community to make sure that we don't misuse anybody's private access or personal or their personal life in order to uncover something that's not meant to be uncovered for, right? So I think that's the responsibility that everybody has towards the community. And that's one thing that's one of the key messages that I want to bring it out in this presentation, as we all have a social responsibility towards the community that we should be there too. Being a data scientist doesn't let you do whatever you want, right? I think these are some of the important things that we need to be thoughtful of. Thank you.
I have a quick question on responsibility. I couldn't stop myself from asking.
Okay, sure.
So when there is an autonomous car, and it by mistake hits a person, who should be responsible? There has been some debate, but where is this going? And you may be able to provide some light on this.
I can take that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, regarding autonomous car, according to Tesla in the recent their presentation, what they said and what they are able to achieve is better than what humans are doing. If we count in we should look at that in a global scale, like globally, not the local couple accidents. There will be, of course, some, but if we count overall number of accidents, human dogs, drunk driving, distracted driving, and that way, autonomous car, if they are in the street, seem to be doing better than human themselves. Again, Elon Musk said, we will not be 100% perfect. We will not prepare the perfect car and get in the street. We need to get in the street. There will be some flaws, right? And of course, that is the problem you raised. The question is who will be responsible, whether that engineer or like Elon Musk himself or the car owner, right? That is the different issue, but there will be always flaws, right? And they are improving. And also that is the good point, is that overall if they are better than human themselves, that if we count the overall number of accident people dies with the car accident every year, if that the autonomous car reduces that number, I think that is better. We should look at that scale rather than make it perfect and then run. That way we don't get advanced. I agree with that. The purpose of the Tesla they are doing, we should get in they are doing is getting the car in the street. There are some accidents, but with that reinforcement learning, because they are collecting a lot of real-time data, that is helping to advance. And the system AI is learning the better because of that exposure. Yeah, I think, did I answer your question?
Well, I think the policy, it might be the policy aspect of it, and it's very hard to answer, and I understand that, but I think we are progressing there. But I would like to really thank you Ankurji and Kiranji for your great presentation, and I think this is this was a very good presentation in the time of AI and robotics. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So now we are almost in the end of this session. I would like to return control to our session chair, Madan Baralji, if you want to add anything.
Thank you, Jivanji. So there are 4 great papers about electronics, robotics, and AI. And thank you. It's a very mostly for people coming from Nepal. It's like these are very interesting topics, and hopefully we'll get there someday or take our country or Nepal there. But now we are going to the session 3. But before going to taking the session 3, there's a short break, and then we'll see you on session 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mangalji and Purnaji, you are on.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon, namaste. Hope you are enjoying all the other session technical papers. Welcome to you this the last but not least session. Today's technical session. I'm Mangal Maharjan from Maryland, working in EDF Renewables in Columbia, Maryland. I and my colleague, Mr. Purna Dahal, conducting this session. The session title is Advances in Construction Methods and Technologies. Hope it will be a great session. We have two papers in this session. First paper is presenting by Mr. Sunil Shual. He is a senior lecturer in Metropolia University of Applied Science in Helsinki, Finland. Mr. Shual, the floor is yours. Please proceed for your presentation.
All right, thank you very much for the nice introduction. Just to make sure everybody can hear me, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and I would like to especially thank Nipesh for inviting me to this conference, and would like to thank you all the organizers as well as Mangal and Purna for chairing this session and providing me this opportunity. So I'm Sunil Shual. A short introduction about me first would be nice, and my topic is around the overview of BIM benefits for Nepal's construction industry and how it could be promoted for the engineering education. So basically, I'm a first architectural batch graduate from Corporate Engineering College, Bhaktapur. After my graduation, I came to Finland and did my master's related with construction and real estate management. Currently, I'm involved in Aalto University, and my current topic is BIM and education. My profession at the moment is a lecturer at Metropolia, which is in Finland. We have started a Nepal BIM forum officially in Finland at 2008, and we currently have registered this as a chapter within Nepal as Nepal BIM Forum Nepal in 2020. We also are providing different kind of consulting services under Forefront Digital Construction Services, and I'm working as a director there. So the main contents of my topic would be around building information modeling, what are its developments and what kind of uses and benefits are there. I'll shortly go into the knowledge sectors as what kind of competencies required and how we could kind of do these kind of activities, and we'll discuss briefly about what Nepal BIM Forum has been doing to promote these digital tools and technologies in context of Nepal's construction industry. So basically why BIM education is important is we have been teaching engineers, architects, like the way we used to teach a couple of decades back. Currently the technologies have changed a lot, and we have heard from different other presenters as well as different sources that the things we do are different pretty much. So if you compare, for example, let's say a couple of years back or 10 years back, the first phone you had and the current phone you have, there is a huge difference in the technology as well as the possibilities that it's provide. However, our engineering domain or discipline is still working with the traditional aspects. Why BIM education and how I've been involved in BIM was, first I did my master's in relation with sustainable building and building information modeling. That was around 2011, to find out that's how it would provide support for the architectural design processes. The main focus there was to see what kind of features are there for the architects. I was involved in one of the strategic research program of Finland in 2010 to 2014. It was targeted to upliftment of building information modeling, and I was kind of introduced to different other aspects about BIM through that project. Currently, our university was as a partner in one of the EU project, Horizon 2020 project, where we focused about how this beam could be utilized for energy efficiency measures and what kind of training possibilities could be provided there. Currently, Metropolia is involved as one of the partners in an Erasmus Plus project, whose focus is to utilize this beam for engineering graphics course for the bachelor students of engineers. So back to the basics, as to define what is BIM is normally when we say BIM, so it's kind of information modeling for a building in order to perform certain activities as what a user wants or what a user needs. So if you quickly look on this one, if you flip back from the back side, so building virtually in forming or kind of developing the information that is required to proceed those activities. And everybody knows that our construction industry is knowledge intensive industry, and information is required at every time and every phase, as there are different stakeholders, very much a small and medium enterprises involving us in a single project. Currently within BIM, there are different dimensions. Normally the most mature at the moment is 3D is there by the default. 4D and 5D is pretty mature in context of Europe, as well as in other places too in the developed countries. 6D and 7D is kind of normally termed as for the performance-based building. So we can commonly say what the building was designed for. Does it perform as it is designed? Does it serve the purpose or not? Or in general terms, during the operation phases, how we can optimize our design products to suit our needs. As said, 4D and 5D are pretty much mature. So normally 4D is dealing with resource management or time management. For example, within a BIM model, we have different components. Those components are linked with schedules that may be resource schedules or construction schedules. And when we link those kind of aspects, so we normally get prices for each activities or resources or machine. So linking those information would mean 5D. And normally it's promoted that the 5D model integration should be done in an integrated collaborative way, which is kind of supporting the IPD systems of the delivery methods. In an overall, BIM adoption is there in most of the developed countries. In developing countries, it's coming up. Just to look into as, for example, as the processes, how it has been applied, so kind of mimicking it. But within BIM adoption in Europe, so most of the European nations do implement it. In case of Finland, it was already in 2007 that there was a requirement from Sinet Properties. It was a government organization who takes care of public buildings. It made a requirement that IFC file format as an outcome of the BIM-based process is required in the projects as an integrated model. If you look into a facility life cycle perspective, so normally when we talk about design and construction, of course in Nepalese context, these things happen one after another, and not the single person or the single organization is involved in the same place, for example, within design and within construction. But normally this red dots is showing us the traditional design build processes. So when we change from one phase to another, people change, and the information we provide also changes. The average changes there within those curves so that data drops or information misunderstanding what it was intended to be, the person receiving, how does he or she understands. In comparison, so within the traditional processes, there is traditional design build processes, which is normally paper-based or CAD-based processes. Then there is traditional facility management database process. In comparison, the blue line is showing how the collaborative BIM-based delivery processes would work. This would normally have very less or very minimal data drop or information loss, because everybody is looking to the same information, from the same information, and in a visual way. And the information exchange, because of the open standards, are pretty much smooth. This is a general overview about what kind of developments have had been happening. As said earlier, so IFC is a standard for information exchange within the BIM projects, and in 2007 it already was required in Finland to kind of provide this IFC-based integrated modules. Currently, we can understand this BIM implementation in different labels. So in general terms, if we term level 0 as the 2D CAD drawings or the paper-based drawings, there are level 1 as 3D CAD systems, level 2 a little bit intelligent at certain level with the 3D BIM environments, but level 3, sorry if I misplaced it, level 2 would be kind of BIM implemented in a possible way or a developed way. However, level 3 would be kind of integrated and real-time information exchange between different partners, and we are also terming these as digital twins at the moment. So everywhere we can hear about different kind of terms. For example, one of the current prominent is information exchange at the real time. As we share information, collect information, this information needs to be optimized and utilized for the purpose. So that's why there is the digital twin concept within the construction industry too. This in general terms or other terms is also understood as cyber physical systems, which normally is, for example, if you consider BIM as a central information repository that is developed during the design and construction phases. In the real time during the operation phases, we can use different kind of wireless technologies, for example, sensors to interact or gather information. We can use computers, or computers are able to optimize those information, which can be utilized further to control or monitor buildings. And there are various kind of digital transformation happening us all around at the moment, and these systems provide pretty much support for this kind of existing development. So normally when we talk about BIM, it's kind of information-based systems or information modeling management. But further to it, the development is happening towards the cyber physical systems, which we can pretty much understand it as information modeling to managing that information and optimizing that for our purpose. Normally when we talk about BIM, so people think about if there is some applications used which has BIM features or applications, that's it. But it's not only limited to a technology, it's only a small part. For example, some softwares that are used to develop some models, it could be only a small part. However, there are many other different aspects that are pretty much important. Processes, of course, the existing processes or different other processes, as well as, for example, people who are working. They are or should be the key focus. If people know, they will implement it and they will do it. But however, a combination of these aspects should provide better values for the whole project, not so. It's not only for the buildings, the concepts are same. So in different kind of infrastructure projects, for example, roads, road design, hydropower dams, and different kind of civil buildings, we can utilize the same functions. And normally the central focus here is, for example, we collect information, what is the existing designers to design, and we normally take the information out for the activities that is required for example, during the construction phases. And the construction phases, once they're finalized, the information is shared for the operation phases until it is kind of reutilized or revitalized. However, the processes are similar. There are different kind of integrations in different aspects. Below the left one is about the smart city concept, where we can use GIS and BIM technologies integration to define different kind of developments for the smart cities. And on the right, it's about the real-time information collection and visualizing that within the 3D environment. It has been widely used for heritage purposes, for example, scanning the existing information as the historical buildings, which are very important, could be documented easily. And the process to make the models is also pretty much similar. There are different augmented reality and virtual reality possibilities within it. BIM is pretty much mostly, I would say that they are kind of much better in prefab and modular construction systems because the components or the information that is required is repetitive there. Next in BIM is kind of at the city level or at the country level. We can also term this as a city information modeling, which normally says that if you consider only one building, it's a spot in the city, but city as a structure would contain different kind of planning information, which could be integrated to form the city information model. And if we talk about urban information modeling within city information modeling, so the services provided at the urban spaces could be integrated in real time which, for example, could be a measurement of the air pollution and displaying them in an user-friendly interface to optimize or plan on as what kind of development should be there. BIM benefits are there, uses are also many. I will not go into each and every details as what is there, but just in short, so we talked about different kind of phases within the project, and it normally supports many of the aspects, and it is also kind of aligning with what the project management requires. So these areas, what are there at the bottom of the left chart and the text on the top, are combining those PM book knowledge plus the BIM roles in construction. But the basic benefits is, for example, project collaboration and control among the stakeholders are there. Productivity is increased when we make this kind of virtual construction and simulate what kind of problems might be there during the construction phases. We definitely can reduce the errors that will happen in the construction phase as well as the operation phases. So normally, in a general term, what BIM provides by default is every discipline provides or make the models. We combine them. We call it as merged model or the combination model. We virtually see if it is constructible. We make different kind of analysis before construction, require information for activities, extract it and plan according to that. In comparison to how normal CAD-based processes are there. So for example, the information is linked. We don't individually make any kind of design documents, for example, plan elevation sections. It's a model-based systems. The information is there and we generate the information that is required. And within a project, so the design finalization would not be, once it is done, it's final. So it will take different kind of many versions to update information. And in this kind of BIM-based process, as the documents are interrelated, they automatically update when the changes are there. For example, if the quantity information or quantity takeoff is interlinked and the cost information is interlinked, if the design changes, all of those documents or the informations are also updated. Collaboration is one of the key. For example, within software, within people, IFC is the format or the standard to exchange information. We can use different stakeholders will have different softwares, and those software information are exchanged in format of IFC, so that it's also termed as open BIM systems. And the models are utilized for different aspects after that. Everybody is looking towards the same information. Everybody can access, or everybody has the possibilities to access the same information. Of course, there is right to information as what is visible to certain people and what not could be dependent upon the level of the project partners that are involved. But softwares as well as people are integrated within these systems. The most used, let's say one of the most used BIM uses is clash detection. Clash would mean in different ways. Basically, for example, if some building component is clashing with some other component, and the clashes may be of different degrees depending upon if it is a structural element that needs to be kind of extracted and remodified. For example, here IP BIM 100 was an old proposal where there was the SVAC duct going through it. In the drawings, if we have SVAC plus the structure plus architecture in the same place, it's of course very difficult to see that. Visually, we can achieve that in pretty much a couple of clicks or through navigation. We need to make decisions as how to resolve this issue. So if the supervisor would say that change the beam to 150, we need 150 size. So basically it would mean that we would need to cut the hole. And in order to do that without the beam, so if the products are already kind of ordered, how much it would cost to buy the new product. If it is already installed, there is extra charges. And if we need to remove or cut the hole. So in a rough calculation, this shows that it's around, let's say, over 10,000 or 30,000 rupees. And if these kind of similar things are multiplication, for example, minimum of 10 times, it's a huge sum of money. But with BIM, for example, if you can virtually see that, we can already see these classes in the 3D environment. Change the beam to new component, extract that information and pay the price for that. So we can also already cut the hole in the shop if we require that in cases. So the total cost is very much low in comparison if it is virtually or if it is already on site. So basically, intelligent documentation, I did discuss all the documents are interlinked and could be automatically updated. And when we have this 4D/5D approach, so basically the time or the schedule information and the budgeting or the cost estimation are interlinked. Of course, there are each element has its receipts, for example, the materials, machines, and resources. But however, this kind of collaboration aspects from the early design phases provide a better value for the project, and this is just a short overview of what kind of benefits are there for different disciplines. As you can see, most of the numbers are over 50% this year. So for example, client can understand the proposed design more clearly. You can improve the relationship between different stakeholders. The design solutions can be better. You can make faster decisions. There are fewer design changes or low request for information during the construction processes. If you need to stop me or if I'm a little bit over time, please just remind me. As said earlier, there are different uses. Building Smart International is the main organization that is currently behind BIM developments worldwide, and it has different chapters in different countries. Within Building Smart International, they develop different standards, as well as one of the use case management is currently under development. They have identified various kind of BIM uses. Currently, there are over 50 different uses what BIM can be utilized for during different phases of a project. This is kind of similar information. One of the other aspect, as we discussed, so information is key. We need to use this information in an optimized way. The information used can be for various purposes. It can be for the documentation purposes, for the modeling purposes, or utilization of the information. If you consider about the model uses, there are different discipline models. And if you consider within the domain specific models, if we consider them for different aspects, so the uses within those are unlimited. And of course, with the changes of the possibilities, what we are facing provides even more better results. This was about the performance metrics. So when we have specific model uses, we can pretty much find out or research about what kind of resources are required in order to get to the target that is specified in those BIM uses. This is for any kind of organizations at the implementation level. And if you have this kind of scaling for competency indexes, for example, let's say if a person is able to make clash detection, if he or she knows it at the level of 1 or 5, it's easier to understand as what the organization capabilities are there and what is the need. Based on these aspects, my current focus is about this digital competence research. Most probably this could be also straight implemented, and I have utilized this knowledge, skills, and competence matrix. For example, if we say we need a person who can do energy simulation, we can define what kind of knowledge, what kind of skills, and what kind of competence the person needs in order
Mr. Shual, you can conclude your presentation, please.
Okay, all right. So basically, by utilizing these matrices, we have developed kind of a system to know what the person needs and what an organization is. We have also implemented the first project in Nepal, just a minute, and then Nepal BIM Forum is the organization that we started in Finland. Officially, it's also now in Nepal. So if somebody or anybody is interested in these kind of aspects to collaborate, this shows an overview of as what we are doing and what kind of collaborations we have had, and we are doing different kind of webinar sessions. These are the ones that we had concluded. Thank you very much. And questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Shual. That's a very interesting presentation. I think you are all the way from the Finland. That's great one of the global participation in this conference. And we have few questions. The first question is from Nipesh Prananga. The building information modeling is more beneficial in large projects and that need more control. What will it take for building information modeling to be mainstream in Nepal, where construction is not even in compliant with the blueprint? What type of project in Nepal do you envision to benefit from the building information modeling?
Thank you for the question, Nipesh. Definitely a very good question. So as we already know what is the current status of construction industry in Nepal, there are different problems, but we also do have different solutions. And basically, the bigger project it is, the more beneficial it would be in comparison to cost, time, and involvement of people. For example, maybe large infrastructure projects would be one of the key focuses. We are continuously collaborating with one of the government organizations, Department of Urban Development and Building Construction. They are good collaborators, and we are planning, or our one of the focus is making this digital BIM framework for Nepal. So if it comes through government initiation, it's easier for implementation in comparison. For example, within the UK government, when the government demanded that it would be implemented in 2016, the label 2 BIM. So it rapidly initiated, everything was changed. In comparison in Finland, so it was all the organizations that came together and developed it. But in context of Nepal, might be the government initiation would have a bigger impact and would be beneficial, yes.
Thank you, Sual. So we have another question from Vishal Khadka. Where do we stand at present for the implementation of BIM for projects in Nepal? Cost difference between using BIM and not using it in Nepal and elsewhere?
For the present status, what is happening in Nepal, so we had the first test project with one of our collaborators, Himalayan Builders, where we utilized it for cost estimation and quantity verification for the construction phase. It was around 5 to 10% is roughly kind of differences what we achieved there, and the positive results were there. And the second part, what was the second part of the question?
The second part of the question is the cost difference between using BIM and not using it in Nepal or elsewhere.
Cost difference.
Yeah.
Definitely the cost, it comes with a cost, and the differences of not using BIM. So let's say if it doesn't cost anything not to use it. And if we use it, of course, there is some cost, but let's say if we can save around, let's say minimum 10% of the project cost by utilizing these BIM processes and tools, the investment cost would be around, let's say 2 to 3%. We are still over plus 7% is benefiting by utilizing it.
Okay, Mr. Sual, finally, I also want to ask one question. I'm day-to-day working in the civil 3D CAD and all the CAD versions. So you mentioned some of the technology, SVAC and other technology, right? These days, energy efficiency is the one of the very important technology. Did you address in your BIM on energy efficiency technology somewhere?
Normally, we had one BIM for energy efficiency European project where Metropoli was participating. I was involved in looking into as what kind of possibilities are there for BIM and energy efficiency. We were developing, studying various approaches that are utilized and developing training modules that would be for the company people as well as the students. So we have 2 basics courses developed during that project for energy efficient measures. as what a person should know and what he or she should be able to do. For the energy aspects in real calculations, so integration of information, in the design phases, architects can make energy simulations in the applications, in, for example, Revit or other applications, and they can decide on what materials to be used or what kind of energy efficient products to be used and what its result should be. Similar is there for HVAC. You can simulate different kind of simulations and decide on what kind of values to be utilized. For example, let's say if you want to design a net zero building, you can input those strategies and then incorporate during the design phases. Currently in Finland, the current research that we are involved in is how to utilize this BIM for building permit systems. It's ongoing. Another part is, for example, we are also interested in generating energy performance certificate for the buildings. In Europe, it's a requirement. When you design, you need to have an energy certificate, and automation of generating those certificates are currently on the progress through BIM models and applications.
Okay. I want to ask more questions to Mr. Suwal. In civil engineering, I think during design and during construction phase, there are some variation in the ground surfaces, like when there is a flood, the bridge will have a scar on it. And how is the implementation of during design and after design, during construction phase of survey data in the BIM model?
Normally the process is when a surveyor gets the survey information, it can be easily incorporated by just bringing in the XYZ information, and you can make the models, of course, for example, in Civil 3D, and then you can also design based on the information that you are provided. And of course, during the construction phase on the site, the information is a little bit inaccurate, or if changes, they needs to be remodeled and redone. And if you do it virtually, if there are some changes, we can also make what if scenarios and see what happens if there is these kind of problems, and make the better designs for the results, or prepare everybody beforehand in order to resolve the problems that might be coming in the field. And within the construction phase, if there are changes, so those change managements are also possible to be integrated within it, and the contractors or the people who after the construction are required to provide the as-built BIM models with updated information.
Okay, great. Thank you, Suwalji, for your great presentation introducing BIM tools. Hopefully we will use in the United States also in the BIM.
Yes,
thank you.
To mention the word
yeah.
Yes.
Now I would like to pass on my colleague Purna Dahal for next presentation, please.
All right. Yeah, that's a great presentation with the BIM model. And now we are moving to the next presentation. And this is our last presentation for this session, so technical session number 3. And we have a presentation with the title Real-Time Monitoring of Labor-Intensive Repetitive Tasks in a construction site using depth sensing camera. And the presenter we have is Mr. Sudeep Subedi, a PhD candidate in Florida International University, Miami, Florida. And also we have a co-author of this abstract and presentation is Nipesh Pradhanangra, a PhD PE and Associate Professor of Florida International University, Miami, Florida. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Sudeep Subedi to present your paper.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sudeep Subedi from Florida International University. I'm a PhD candidate from Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. The topic of my presentation is real-time monitoring of labor-intensive repetitive tasks in the construction site using depth sensing camera. The repetitive labor-intensive tasks are common in construction industry. For example, rebar laying, concrete troweling, tile work, manual material handling, among others. While performing these tasks, construction workers are prone to getting into musculoskeletal disorder-related injuries, commonly known as MSTs. These are soft tissue injuries caused by sudden or sustained exposure to repetitive motion, force, vibration, or awkward positions. Previous studies have shown MSDs as a major issue among construction workers performing repetitive labor-intensive tasks. So to prevent the MSDs related injury, we propose to use frontier approach. It is based on assumption that there exists a theoretical maximum. It is not a new concept in construction, as it has already been used to define productivity frontier, which is the theoretical maximum productivity that can be achieved under perfect condition. Here, productivity and productivity frontier are quantitative, whereas safety is subjective. So we wanted to see whether safety frontier actually exists or not, and whether we could be able to compute the safety frontier or not. Safety frontier is a novel concept, and we defined it as the maximum attainable level of safety while performing any construction task under perfect condition, which is an ideal state where all the factors affecting construction workers' safety are at their most favorable levels, such as good weather, highly motivated workers, safe working postures, no fatigue, no injury, among others. So this is the proposed methodology for computing safety frontier. The first step includes identification of labor-intensive repetitive activity. Then we perform the hierarchical breakdown of the activity into several tasks. For example, a manual material handling activity was divided into lifting, pushing, pulling, holding, carrying, setting down tasks, among others. And then the task was further subdivided into several actions. For example, lifting task was divided into pressing to lift, squatting to lift object, sitting in squat position to lift object actions, among others. Finally, we further subdivided the actions into several movements, which is the lowest taxonomy of our hierarchical breakdown. For example, squatting to lift object action was divided into bending forward, lowering hip, bending knee movements, among others. So after hierarchical breakdown, we collected the skeletal positional data using depth sensor camera Kinect to get the XYZ data for 25 major joints of the human body. For the scope of the research, we chose lifting and sitting down tasks from manual material handling activity. And then we processed and filtered the data using Tobit-Kalman filter to get the filtered XYZ data for those major 25 joints. And the next step includes the identification of unique actions involved in the task for each movement frame. Since the manual identification was tedious, we proposed to use machine learning algorithm, random forest classifier, to predict the unique actions for each movement frame using positional data obtained from depth sensing camera and the computed velocity data as an input feature for the prediction modeling. Then we performed the kinematic and kinetic analysis of the human body using inverse kinematic and inverse dynamics principle in OpenSim software to get the moment exerted on each joint. The scope of the research was further narrowed down to lower back safety, as we identified lower back injury as one of the major MSD among the construction workers. But the process of obtaining the moment in OpenSim was time consuming. So to make the process suitable for real-time monitoring, we implemented the random forest regression machine learning algorithm to predict the lower back moment for each movement frame. The moment that we obtained from OpenSim was used for the training purpose of the model. Then we calculated the cumulative moment for all the unique actions for all instances of lifting and sitting down tasks. Finally, we combined the unique actions exerting minimum stress to the lower back to obtain the safe task procedure or the safety frontier. This is a typical data collection setup where Kinect camera is placed in front of the worker and the video camera is placed perpendicular to the Kinect camera and the worker. The data from video camera is used for the validation purpose only. And this is the video from the OpenSim simulation where we scaled and analyzed the model using Kinect data to compute the moment in each joint using kinematic and kinetic analysis. And these are the major joints tracked by the Kinect. These are the unique actions involved in lifting and setting down tasks. For the identification of these unique actions for each movement frame, we used a random forest classifier model, as we mentioned earlier. We varied different parameters for tuning the model and ended up creating 48 different models. Out of those 48 models, we chose 3 models with best performance, and the accuracy of all 3 models were above 98%. We used the similar approach to predict the moment in lower back using random forest regression modeling. Here, each unique action consists of several movement frames. So we added the moment exerted by all movement frames involved in each unique action for each instance of task performed, be it lifting task or setting down task. And then we plotted the cumulative moment exerted by unique actions for all instances of lifting and setting down tasks. Here we can see the variation in the moment for same actions for different instances of lifting or setting down tasks. So we identified the unique actions exerting minimum moment to the lower back and combined them together to create the individual safety frontier. But all the instances of task performed by a subject can be unsafe, which will produce frontier that is unsafe. So to resolve this issue, we computed the overall safety frontier by identifying the actions exerting minimum cumulative moment from individual frontier. And we can make this safety frontier robust by increasing the number of subjects as well as the number of times they perform the task. So to conclude, we validated the applicability of machine learning to predict unique actions and moments exerted in different joints based on spatial and temporal data collected from Kinect. Then we observed the variability in work posture for same task performed repetitively by a subject. Similarly, we observed that different subjects perform different unique actions safely, meaning subject 1 might be squatting down safely, whereas subject 2 might be squatting off safely. We were able to compute the safety frontier for lifting and setting down tasks. And this study validates the applicability of proposed methodology to compute safety frontier for any other construction activity. I'd like to end the presentation with the identified research benefit, which includes computation of better safety index, a safety frontier for monitoring construction worker safety rather than just sticking to the existing minimum safety guidelines. And it can be implemented for real-time monitoring of construction worker safety using available technologies such as depth sensor camera, a motion capture system, among others. And the research has potential for developing need-based personalized training for the construction workers using their actual postural data and the computed frontier for simulation in virtual environment. And this can help workers in visualizing how they perform the task versus how they're supposed to perform the task and help in improving their overall task performance. Thank you.
Okay, that's a great presentation, Mr. Sudeep Subedi. That's really interesting to see how our body actually behave with repetitive tasks, and I really appreciate your presentation and enjoyed very much. And this presentation actually talk about more safety, and I would like to ask a couple of questions about it. One of the questions I have here is, what is the relationship between the weight of object to lift versus the repetitive action? Like if you have a heavy object, you may not lift, 1 or 2 times. And what's the relationship between your model versus the weight of object to lift?
Thank you so much for the question. Actually, it's a great question.
For the scope of this research, we actually neglected the weight part because in a construction site, there is a high variability in the weight. So for this research, we keep the weight to minimum over like 10 to 15 pounds. But what we can do is we can create similar, we can use the similar approach to get different safety frontier for maybe different weight range. It's kind of similar to the way they use like the lifting when they have this lifting competition where there is the weight range. We can use the similar approach because if we increase the load, then we will see the significant change in the postural stability in like short number of repetition compared to like if we do the similar type of lifting task with low weight, then we might be able to maintain our postural stability for longer number of cycles. So that part we haven't done done the research till now, but that is part of our future work for now.
Well, thank you very much. I have one more another question I have here is this real, let's say, construction site using depth sensing camera? Is this being used in any other project in real scenario, real life scenario?
In research, yes. There has been a lot of research where they have used depth sensing camera for construction related research to see how they can improve the construction workers' safety. But the thing is, right now, this is a very novel concept. The safety frontier concept is a novel concept. So what you are trying to do is like, we're trying to find a proper methodology that we can implement in a construction site. Right now, we might not have like the best technology which we can implement in a construction site. But if we have a methodology, then the technology is it may take like 1 or 2 more years to have like best technology, but we will eventually get there. Just like our mobile, how it used to be 10 years ago versus how it is right now. We can implement it for like simple tasks or which how to explain. Right now we can implement it but in a small scale, but if we want to do the real-time monitoring, then maybe we need advancement in technology. That's one thing. But another aspect is like right now we're trying to use machine learning to identify the moment or even the good and bad postures. So instead of just using machine learning and depth sensing camera, maybe we can introduce the digital cameras. Right now, people are working on computer vision, so we can use a similar approach to just use the normal like CCTV cameras that's there in construction site to do the similar safety monitoring. So right now, I'd say it's not in like implemented in construction site, but we have better prospect for future.